Delay Welcome to Carolina Carnage. We are here on the A list. We are going to be watching a fight between the Iron Lions Vanguard They are in black and white. Left-hand side of the list versus Dominus. Dominus in blue and black with gold trim. On the right-hand side of the list, this is the blue-red list. We're getting ready to have a big match. It's just starting off. These are two high-tier teams. Iron Lions are from Northern Virginia area, in just the suburbs of Washington, D.C. Dominus is from a ranging area of areas, but there tend to be more towards the west and north of the United States, but it's kind of a super team. Here they come to the middle. We're going to be engaging. They're now discerning, and we're trying to break off and get a kind of a dominant multiple people on one. That's where you win. It's not one-on-one fights, it's two-on-one fights, three-on-one fights. Anytime you get numerical superiority, you start the steamroll. Everyone's now tied up. There's no one free. It looks like on the right we have an Iron Lion down, and Dominus has now got the advantage 5-4. He's looking for his place where he can make the most difference. We're about to lose another. We have 3-on-1. And it is definitely Dominus's game. It is 5 versus 1. Round 1 goes to Dominus. So the way these work, it's best 2 out of 3, with round 1 going to Dominus. If the Iron Lions make a comeback in round 2, it'll go to a 3rd round. If Dominus wins round 2, Dominus wins the match and moves on. Iron Lions is now subbing some people in, making a few trades, seeing if they can maybe trade up for an extra Axeman. Dominus is essentially keeping their same team. We're seeing shield punching on Dominus' side with smaller hand axes. I'm not seeing any large two-handed weapons. One two-handed weapon on Iron Lions. The Axeman is coming in from behind. Iron Lions hoping to take into Dominus from a back shot. We have one Dominus fighter down. Nope, it was an Iron Lions fighter tripped by an Iron Lions fighter. They were just running together. Iron Lions hoping to get back into this game. If they can bring down these two Dominus, we have 1-1. That just ties it up. It's 3-1. Dominus takes round 2. Iron Lions do better. They got 2 people down, but it goes to Dominus. Dominus wins this match. Next match, we're going to have Athena's Wrath versus the Crimson Tulips. We're waiting for them to take the field. Right now, Dominus, victorious, leaves the field. So we're joining you here at the Ted Garrison Arena, Clemson University. And it is relatively warm in the Carolinas, as in we don't have snow on the ground, but it does require coats. We're indoors though. Everyone's toasty, warm, and breathing the dust. A dusty field, but a dusty field means you're falling on dirt rather than concrete. And it means there's a lot less head trauma. Everyone prefers fighting on the ground rather than fighting on the concrete. So in the near side of the field, you see our A list. On the further side of the field, the B list, it's slightly smaller. And if you wish to watch the fights on the B list, we have a separate stream for that. And you can find that stream in the comments. So we have 2 live streams today. The A list, which is the list you're watching right now, and the B list, which is the second feed, also available in the comments. You'll find them described as the yellow, purple lists and the red, blue list. We now have our teams taking the field, and we have the Crimson Tulips on the right. They are in the orange tabards versus Athena's Wrath on the left-hand side, green and white tabards. They are now getting inspected. They're checking their helmets for safety, making sure they're attached in a way that they don't just pop off in the middle of battle. We have had that happen before where a helmet falls off as a blow is incoming, and you end up with a lot of head trauma when an actual weapon hits your head. There have been some injuries that require hospitalization and fractured skulls from that. So everyone's very, very careful to make sure a helmet does not come off in battle. Looks like the Crimson Tulips are ready to go, and final inspections are happening on Athena's Wrath. So we should be getting underway as soon as they check this last strap in Athena's Wrath. They are checking what is colloquially called the Simon strap. It's a strap in the back of the helmet. It keeps the helmet attached to the body of the fighter. Called the Simon strap because Simon is the one whose helmet came off just before an axe hit him in the head, and he was in a hospital. And they've now verified that the Simon strap is there, and I believe we are about to have the marshals. Yep, they've disqualified that fighter, probably due to the Simon strap. And they're now off the list trying to make a repair or adjustment. But right now, Athena's Wrath only has 3 members on the field. They need to get 2 more out there, or else they'll be fighting down. And fighting down is almost an assured defeat. I'm looking over at Crimson Tulips, and I'm seeing only one-handed weapons. We're seeing mainly axe and shield. I see 4 axe and shield combinations. This means you get the advantage of being able to punch with the shields, which are nice, linear, strong punches, and swing with the axe. We also have 1 two-handed, short two-handed axe. That lays in a lot of power. Essentially, these people come in and start hitting someone who's been bound up already by one of the sword and shield fighters. It is really tough to get hit on the back by a two-handed axe. Hard to stay standing. Athena's Wrath is still trying to bring in their other fighters. We have a 4th on the field. We have a 4th on the field for Athena's Wrath, but I'm not seeing a 5th. They are fighting a man down. Hey, we have a large jam down in the lower near side of the field. Meanwhile, a 2-on-1 on the top. This 2-on-1 is going to be over very shortly. Oh, we had all 3 go down. All 3 have gone down. We are now only have the 3 versus 3 in the bottom. This suddenly is doable for Athena's Wrath. They are both struggling to get someone down. They are essentially tied. We now have 2 go down, 1 on each side. It looked like Athena's Wrath was pulling Crimson Tulips down, but they went down with them. It's difficult to maintain your feet. We now have 2-1. Crimson's Wrath has the advantage. Crimson Tulips have the advantage. Athena's Wrath trying to hold on desperately, but it's 2-on-1. It's going to be different, and he's down. We have victory for Crimson Tulips in round 1. As usual, they have to win 2 rounds to advance. Good job on Athena's Wrath, making this relatively close, considering they were fighting a man down from the beginning. Hopefully Athena's Wrath can get a 5th member out there and then win the second match to make it go to 3. Right now, it's not looking like they have that 5th fighter. Athena's Wrath have no substitutions available, and it looks like Crimson Tulips have they have 1 substitution available. It is a huge advantage to have a fresh person who can come on the field, and Crimson Tulips has that. 5 on the field, 1 in reserve. Athena's Wrath, just 4 on the field, no 1 in reserve. I'm also noticing that Athena's Wrath have no extra weapons on the fence. while Crimson Tulips has a man ready to hand extra weapons on their side. You must have a weapon to fight on the field. If you drop your weapon, you cannot pick it up. You have to go back to your side of the field, pick up a new weapon, and re-engage. Round 2 has begun. Crimson Tulips is coming out. A 3-and-2 formation. We have 2-on-2, 3-on-3 now on the bottom. We have again a 2-on-1 advantage on the top. And we already have one Wrath member down. It is going to be very difficult to come back from this. It is 2-on-1, 2-on-1, and now it's stop fight. Nope, the fight is still going. I don't know why a flag happened. Possibly an injury in the middle, but we still have fighting on the far sides. 2-on-1, now we have a 3-on-1. This will be the end of the fight. Fight is over, 3-1. Crimson Tulips have actually won this without losing any members. 5 members standing. Now, just to find out, it looks like the fighter that might have had an injury is fine. He's getting up. Doesn't look like there's any problems, but marshals were clearly concerned about him, possibly due to an armor being loose. All right, as our 2 teams exit, we are waiting for the Dallas Mythics to come in on the left. They are in the black and counterchanged red. They're getting their equipment checked right now. We are going to be seeing Secta Surepo on the right-hand side. Secta Surepo is in purple and black with gold borders. They are entering right now on the right-hand side, the blue side of the field. Secta Surepo having their final helmet inspected, and looks like they are passing. They've closed the list. They have their 5. We're watching as the Dallas Mythics get their final person inspected. They've closed the list on the red side. We have a 5-on-5. They're checking the soles of the shoes for the Dallas Mythics. The soles of the shoes cannot have any kind of modern knobbiness like a hiking boot. They have to be more of a smoother or medieval finish. They can have, in some cases, a hobnail cleat, which acts very similar to a modern cleat, but you definitely can't have a modern cleat. Marshals are finishing their deliberations, and we are about to start this fight. Head marshals are conferring. And in a few seconds, you'll see the flags raised. Fighters are ready. Flags are down. The fight is on. Secta Surepo advancing to take on the Dallas Mythics. We have first contact in the lower bound, 2-on-2, but on the upper side, we're looking to find a little advantage. Everyone's looking for a way to engage while not engaging someone else. We have one of the Dallas Mythics engaging from the back, did not come, has returned back, has pulled down one of Septa. Dallas Mythics have the advantage. The 2-handed axe is being used as a lever, yanking people to the ground. We have 3 Septa down, 1 Dallas Mythic down. They've called a hold to the fighting. They're getting one of the fighters out of the list, and once that fighter is out, they'll be resuming. That fighter's helmet had fallen off. Fight is resumed. Dallas Mythics are back, and it is over. Dallas Mythics 3-1, 4-1. Dallas Mythics take round one, 4-1. By the way, these are female teams fighting in our fights right now. Dallas Mythics clearly based mainly out of Dallas. Secta Sirepo is a group of people from a variety of areas, mainly from the East Coast. But they are a group of different teams teaming together to make a female team that can fight against the Dallas Mythics. So we're about to have round two, Women's A, Secta Sirepo versus the Dallas Mythics. Secta Sirepo being a little more cautious. Again, Dallas Mythics working to get that 3-1 advantage and gaining it briefly. Secta Sirepo covering back, and we now have the first Secta Sirepo down. Dallas Mythics 5-4 have the advantage. We have two 1-on-1s on the upper side and a 3-2 in the lower corner. Secta Sirepo, we have two down, both a Dallas and a Secta down, so we have advantage still. Dallas Mythics, two-handed axe is coming in, throwing some bombs on the upper corner, and obviously, Secta Sirepo does not like this. Secta Sirepo 2-on-2 versus Dallas Mythics. And we have a 1-on-1 wrestling match. We are evenly matched. One Secta Sirepo down. Dallas Mythics now 3-2. They have the advantage. If they can press that advantage on this large fighter, we will have that. It's now even again. Secta Sirepo, 2-on-2. Very tired, needs to join into the fight. We are now 1-on-1. But one of the fighters is clearly very tired. If the Dallas Mythics can take this fighter down, there's definitely a size advantage, but there's more energy in the Dallas Mythic fighter. And down goes, we have a win for Secta Sirepo. Secta Sirepo wins round two, and they have some reserve fighters, so they will be able to change out. We will be going to number 3 on this fight. So 1 versus 1. Round 1 going to Dallas Mythics. Round 2 going to Secta Sirepo. We're going to go to a round 3, and it's going to come down to who can change out their fighters and have fresh fighters on the field. I see extra Secta Sirepo fighters on the right-hand side, the blue side. I only see one extra Dallas fighter. Dallas Mythics, they've brought one new fighter to the field, and they have their 5 ready. Secta Sirepo still changing out fighters. I definitely saw a fighter that had very little energy left. She's being replaced by a fresher fighter. Still waiting for that 5th fighter to come out. Fifth fighter is being armed up, but they're having problems with the chin strap. They're now grabbing weapons for that 5th fighter. The fighter will be coming out with sword and shield. Apparently, they have decided to keep the original lineup. The new fighter is not taking the field. The original fighter is back on the field. All right, about to start round 3 in this women's A division match. It is tied 1-1. Whoever takes this advances. Dallas Mythics in the black and red versus Secta Surepo, black and purple. Dallas Mythics center, definitely more mobile, manages a brief 2-on-1, but we have a 2-on-2, and everything else is 1-on-1. We have had the first takedown, 2 taken down. Secta Surepo has 3 down, Dallas Mythics has 1 down. We are already at a 3-1. Dallas Mythics takes it 3-1. So the final, Dallas Mythics versus Secta Surepo, 2 for Dallas Mythics, 1 for Secta Surepo, going to full 3 rounds. Women's A. As these teams get off the field, we're going to be seeing the Rat Pack coming in on the left-hand side of the red list versus North Blood coming in on the right-hand side. This is Tier 1's men's 5-on-5 happening next on our list. Rat Pack is taking the field. They are in white with a black and yellow diagonal stripe. On the right-hand side, we have primarily red and black, the North Bloods. They're clearly a group of teams together because we also have some red and blue. On the right-hand side, red and blue or red and black, the North Bloods versus the Rat Pack, who are entirely in white with the black and gold diagonal. Red list is closed. Their members are on the field, and so is the blue list. Our fighters are ready. I am seeing on the North Bloods sword and shield predominantly, with a center with a 2-handed axe, and it's a long axe. On the other side, same kind of lineup, except their 2-handed axe is not in the center. Blows are being, oh my God, there's a hard blow to the back, but quickly taken out of from the free range. We have our first Rat Pack down. 2 Rat Pack down. North Bloods have the absolute advantage. And we are now at the end of the bout with just 2 Rat Pack left. North Bloods are in the commanding lead. All 5 of their fighters standing. 5-2. Almost impossible to come back from a 5-2, and that is the end of the fight. We have 5 North Bloods, 1 Rat Pack standing. North Bloods take round 1. We're going to see if the Rat Pack can dig deep. They have plenty of extra fighters in reserve. I see 3 standing by, so possibly they can get an advantage with some fresher fighters, but I see some fresh fighters also coming in on the North Blood side. So Northbloods have traded out one of their axemen and brought in a halberd, a short halberd fighter. Halberd fighter looks like a form of wide spear, but that's technically a halberd or pole weapon. It's a relatively short pole weapon. Short pole weapon works well in this scenario as you can use the weapon as a pulling tool. You can pull someone down with it by putting the half of the weapon over the helmet of the fighter and pulling them down. On the other side, we have entirely one-handed weapons with perhaps, entirely one-handed weapons. Rat Pack, everyone is tied up. So far, we have possible, yes, Rat Pack has the advantage. They have pulled down one of the Northbloods, and if they can capitalize on this, it is 5-4 right now. 5-4, and we've got another, managed to stay up. Northblood, we have another, we have two going down at the same time, but it's 3-on-1 for Rat Pack. Rat Pack has won round 2. We're going to be going to a round 3. All right, Rat Pack is looking to see who they're going to bring in to substitute. Northbloods have brought in their two-handed long axe. We're going to see if anyone makes any big weapons changes, hoping to capitalize. Looks like the Rat Pack is going entirely with sword and shield or axe and shield. Northbloods have one two-handed weapon. Everything else is sword or axe and shield. Be interesting to see how this works. Nope, we have one two-handed axe. With Rat Pack also, teams are essentially armed the same. The Northbloods are going for a center two-hander who runs, tries to find someone exposed in a backfield or with a back turned and pulls them over. The Rat Pack is trying to put that ability on the far side of the field. Different strategies. We have that breakaway. The Northblood was not able to make his hook. He is now not in the fight. Everyone is still standing. The first of the Rat Pack has gone down. Northbloods have the advantage, but hard hammer to the back. We're going to see if the Northbloods are going to capitalize with that two-handed axe. But right now, it's essentially a 2-on-2 with an axeman roaming and looking for targets. Second Rat Pack down. Northbloods haven't lost anyone. Definite advantage to the Northbloods right now. The axeman is looking for an open target to play with. He's now circling in on one of the Rat Pack who's in a corner. The Rat Pack fighter is well braced in his corner. We are looking to see who can get the first takedown. Both Rat Pack fighters braced in the corner, and we're about to lose that third Rat Pack, and he's down. We now have a 3-to-1 situation, actually a 5-to-1 situation. Northbloods win, and that is the end of the match. 2 for Northblood, 1 for Rat Pack. Apparently it's not over. There must have been a hold called, and now it's over. The fight is over. Northbloods have won. Okay, Northbloods win 2 versus 1 on Rat Pack. They're leaving the field. We're now having women's Group A taking the field. Vandals on the left-hand side. The Crimson Tulips returning on the right-hand side. They're getting ready to take the field. You've joined us late. We are here at the Garrison Arena, Clemson University, courtesy of the Palmetto Knights, who have been putting on yet again Carolina Carnage 2025, essentially the biggest tournament in the United States and now one of the largest tournaments in the world. We don't have a final count of attendees, but there is a huge number of teams here. I'm told there are 44 matches scheduled just today. And remember, when we say match, that's best 2 out of 3. So potentially 150 fights today, near. More likely we're going to be somewhere around 60, 70 different fights. All right, the Vandals are in black with looks like a dog, but it's some kind of animal with a crown. On the right-hand side, Crimson Tulips, which you've seen before, are in the orange. Weapons are being inspected. So on the left-hand side, the Vandals in black are about to fight the Crimson Tulips on the right-hand side, and they are in orange. We're watching the final inspections. They're inspecting helmets and armor, making sure we have all the required armor that is required for limbs, and especially the helmet. Helmet has to be fastened by both the chin cup and a strap in the back so that the helmet does not fall off in the middle of combat. If a piece of armor that is required falls off during combat, that fighter is no longer able to fight and will be flagged down. If a helmet comes off, the fight will stop until the helmetless fighter is no longer in danger and off the field. So, the Vandals have a pole axe and a two-handed axe. Two two-handed axes. They are going in heavy with the heavy weapons, while the Crimson Tulips are entirely hand and shield with one two-handed axe. So 3 bombers, so to speak, versus 1. It's 5-on-5. We're looking for those advantages. We have the first Vandal down. There was a temporary advantage as one of the Vandals wasn't engaged while all 5 Crimson Tulips were, and that was a telling moment as it gave the Crimson Tulips the advantage. The Crimson Tulips now are dominating 4 versus 3. Nope, it's still 4-4 as the Vandal has managed to keep her feet. We have 2 fighters going down, but they're both maintaining 3-3 on the field, as it was a Vandal and a Tulip that went down at the same time. And we now have 3-1. Crimson Tulips takes round 1. Crimson Tulips takes round 1, and the Vandals are going to have to refigure their strategy. They have extra fighters in reserve. They're probably going to make some substitutions, perhaps go with a different lineup of weapons. The Crimson Tulips are looking to keep just one exchange. They're exchanging just one fighter. And the fighter who's coming in is also sword and shield. Nope, two-handed weapon. Sorry, hard to see from here. Two-handed weapon. So we have one two-handed weapon for Crimson Tulips. One two-handed weapon with the Crimson Tulips. And we have at least two two-handed weapons with the Vandals. Vandals have some fresh fighters. Crimson Tulips brought in one fresh fighter. Fighting is going on. No one has fallen yet. 5 versus 5, Women's Division A. Crimson Tulips versus the Vandals. We have we have two 2-on-2s and one 1-on-1. No advantage, though there is a Crimson Tulip very close to falling, barely keeping up by keeping in a squat position. They both have exited under the rail. Both fighters are being called out for having been underneath the rail. I take it back, only one fighter. The Crimson Tulip is still in. So Vandals are down 1, Crimson Tulips have all 5. We have a 2-on-1 that successfully took down a Crimson Tulip. Took down a Vandal. Crimson Tulips are now dominating the field, having all 4 of their fighters versus 3 Vandals. 3 versus 4. It is now 3 versus 2. Nope, 4 versus 2. 4 versus 2. There is that's it, end of fight. 4 versus 1. It goes to the Crimson Tulips. Crimson Tulips have won this match. All right, the Vandals and the Crimson Tulips are leaving the field. The Crimson Tulips are victorious in this Women's A match here at Carolina Carnage. Next match will be another Women's A match between the Dallas Mythics and Athena's Wrath. Dallas Mythics will be taking the field on the left-hand side. They are in the red and black. Dallas Mythics on the left-hand side in red and black are being inspected as we speak. Checking for Simon straps. That's the strap in the back of the helmet that keeps it from coming off the person. On the right-hand side, we have Athena's Wrath also being checked. They are in predominantly green and white. Athena's Wrath getting their fighters inspected. I'm seeing 3 two-handed axes. 3 two-handed axes and 2 sword and shield fighters with Athena's Wrath. Dallas Mythics look to be 1 two-handed weapon and the rest axe and shield. Clearly the Dallas Mythics prefer axes, be they two-handed or one-handed. Athena's Wrath is lining up. Both teams are ready. The fight is on. Lorelei, the head referee, just called the fight as active. I was wrong. That's Victoria who just called the fight, head marshal on the field. And we have 2 fighters down, 1 from Wrath, 1 from Mythics. Nope, well, we have a 4-1. The Athena's Wrath have handily taken that from the Dallas Mythics. Sorry, the Dallas Mythics handily took that from Athena's Wrath. Dallas Mythics on the left-hand side of the field, predominantly red and black. Athena's Wrath on the right-hand side of the field in the green and white. I'm only seeing 4 fighters with Athena's Wrath versus 5 fighters with the Dallas Mythics. Looks like Athena's Wrath is going to be fighting 1 fighter down. Obviously a big advantage for the Dallas Mythics, having those extra fighters being able to bring in substitutes. Athena's Wrath is going with a 2-and-2 formation, sticking on the rails because they clearly expect to be hit on the rails. The Dallas Mythics have actually only got 4 active fighters on the field, with 1 staying in the background in reserve. The 1 Dallas Mythic fighter is leaning on the rail close to the gate. Clearly she's going to take the field if one of their fighters go down, but she's allowing a 4-on-4 fight to happen. We have 1 of the Athena's Wrath down. Dallas Mythics have the advantage 4-3 with the reserve fighter. We've just seen 2 more fighters, 3 more fighters go down. We have 2 Mythics, 2 Athena's Wrath, but there's a 3rd Dallas Mythic who's now taking the field. So Dallas Mythics are advancing and making a 3-to-1 situation. And that's the end of the fight because the reserve fighter made 3-to-1. So the Dallas Mythics gracefully giving Athena's Wrath an even 4-to-4 fight until it was 2-to-1, whereupon the 5th reserve Dallas Mythic walks onto the field, making an automatic 3-to-1 situation and an automatic win. Looks like there's some concern of a possible injury or a martial discussion. There is some kind of discussion happening in the middle of the field. Waiting to see what has happened. Unless something happens with this discussion, the Dallas Mythics have won 2-0, prevailing over Athena's Wrath. Discussion is over. It looks to be it was an argument over a potential foul, no foul called, and our teams are leaving the field. Dallas Mythics winning 2-0 versus Athena's Wrath. Next team is going to be men's Tier 1. We're going to be seeing Kenyas on the left-hand side of the field. They are just now entering the field. You'll notice that they are Kenyas USA. That Kenyas is a brother unit to Kenyas Ukraine. So the emblem on the right-hand shoulder is the U.S. flag, indicating that this is the U.S. portion of Kenyas. Kenyas in black with a sunburst with the U.S. flag on the right shoulder. On the right-hand side of the field, Ordo Draconus. Ordo Draconus is based mainly out of California. They are in green and black, predominantly black with a green stripe. Ordo Draconus is a long-term feed team, originally from the San Diego area, but now mainly from California. Ordo Draconus has been around for years and fought in many international matches. Team Kenyas somewhat newer team, but a lot of veteran members, very high-end team. We have a little contact at the top where it's 2-on-2. Both members are trying to keep, and we now have a 3-on-2 temporarily. Both teams are doing a good job trying to maintain someone loose in the backfield. We have a huge maneuvering in the top right-hand corner as Kinyaz has a loose person, an axeman, throwing in shots on a hip, and he's quickly countered by an Ordo Draconus who comes in and engages. Oh, it's flying, both go down. We had a Kinyaz member take out an Ordo Draconus, but then trip during the fall. Both members are down. We have the winners are Kinyaz USA versus Ordo Draconus. A quick flurry of throws in the backfield, and the fight was over in seconds. This is different than most sports you're normally seeing, where you have a football, a baseball, a hockey puck, then the action is around that puck. This is a full field combat. Every portion of the field is in action, and what happens on the left-hand side of the field quickly turns the right-hand side of the field when you have an advantage of numbers due to someone going down. Kinyaz, having taken the first round, is about to fight Ordo Draconus again. Kinyaz on the left-hand side in black with a sunburst versus Ordo Draconus in black with the green stripe on the right. Round two about to begin. Ordo Draconus looking to come back. These are both very, very capable teams. Both obstacles for every other team in this sport to get past. We are possibly looking at a championship round here. Axe throws come in, quickly tailed down. Both of these teams are very aware of their field situation. You can see them looking around, running, trying to get clear, running, trying to get someone open in a backfield. Another team member quickly picking them up, almost as if we have multiple point guards changing opponents constantly. We have a Kinyaz and an Ordo going down. We have two other Ordos down. Kinyaz has the advantage. It is 3-2 at the moment, and now 3-1. It is the end of the round. Kinyaz wins 2-1. Kinyaz USA exiting the field in black with the sunburst have prevailed over Ordo Draconus. Okay, as the teams leave the field, we are looking for Secta Surepo coming in on the right-hand side versus Crimson Tulips on the left. The teams are gathering. They're not ready to enter in yet, so we're going to have a little bit of open time. All right, we have on the right-hand side Secta Surepo taking the field in purple and black with orange border. They're being inspected as we speak. Meanwhile, on the left-hand side of the field, we have the very first of our Crimson Tulips entering on the left-hand side of the field in orange. Crimson Tulips versus Secta Surepo, Women's Division A. Both teams are on the field here at Garrison Arena, and we are getting the final helmet inspection, armor inspection. Once that is done, our marshals will start the field. The head marshal on the field right now, Roger Young, in the middle with the hat, the very cunning hat with the flag. Both teams are ready. The gate has been closed on both sides. They're closing as we speak. We're about to begin this match. The fight is on. Secta Sereppo on the right, Crimson Tulips on the left. Crimson Tulips with the orange tabard. Okay, we have 2 fighters down, one from Secta, one from Crimson, so we are evenly matched, 4 on 4. We have had another 2 go down. We are looking at a 3-on-3 situation. Both teams are tied. Secta Sereppo looking to pull down a Crimson Tulip who is on the side. These are tabletop side rails, which means you cannot grab them and use them to support you. You can only lean against them. It's a moving group of fighters. We now have an advantage with Secta Sereppo having a fighter down, Crimson Tulips 3-2, and there it is. We have 2-1. Secta Sereppo, 2 fighters versus 1 Crimson Tulip. Secta Sereppo 2 and there it is. We have a win for Secta Sereppo, 2-1. 2 fighters versus 1. 2 fighters standing at the end of the fight. Secta Sereppo takes round 1. Secta Sereppo regrouping on the right-hand side of the field. They're looking to keep their original lineup. It doesn't look like they're trading anyone in. Crimson Tulips are making a substitution. They're bringing in a fresh fighter. Crimson Tulips, 5 on the field. Their fresh fighter is now being inspected. Secta Sereppo looks to be keeping their original lineup. They have an extra fighter available, but they're staying with their original lineup. Secta Sereppo gathering a little air, leaning on the side. For those who've not experienced this sport, when you are running around, wrestling, swinging, fighting, and wearing some 70 to 90 pounds of armor, the amount of energy involved is something you've never experienced before. Just running in this armor is double the effort. When you start wrestling, and the armor itself tends to fight you a little bit, the amount of energy expended in one of these combats has to be experienced. The fight has started. Secta Sereppo advancing onto the field versus the Crimson Tulips. Still 5 on 5. Secta Sereppo, Crimson Tulips. Crimson Tulips looking to get an advantage. 3 1-on-1 fights on the top. A 2-on-2 fight in the bottom left corner. Again, when someone goes down, as we have seen, Secta Sereppo down a member. It is now 5 versus 4. This is where the match will be determined. If you have a domino of falling fighters, and we had 2 fighters fall, but we still have an advantage for the Crimson Tulips as 2 Sectus Repo are down versus 1 down to Crimson Tulip. We have a 4-3 situation. Crimson Tulip in the driver's seat with an advantage. They have now taken down another Sectus Repo. It is 4-2. 4 versus 2. It will take an amazing amount of energy for Sectus Repo to make a comeback on this. This is looking like it will go to Crimson Tulips, which will mean we'll have a 1 versus 1 and we'll have to go to a 3rd round. Fight is still going on in that bottom corner. Sectus Repo managing to survive a hammering from the Crimson Tulips, but the fighter goes down. We have a 2-on-1 situation though. 2 Sectus Repo, 2 Crimson Tulips versus 1 Sectus Repo. If that Sectus Repo has fallen with a Crimson Tulip, 1 Crimson Tulip standing. Crimson Tulips take that round. We are 1-1. There will have to be a 3rd round. This comes down to which side has the extra fighters and the extra energy to go that 3rd round. Again, as I was saying earlier, when you get into these multiple fights, the ability to bring in a fresh fighter in those 3rd rounds is a huge advantage, as that fighter has been lounging, waiting in the backfield, has not had to fight 2 fights, is fresh and ready to go, while the other fighters are gasping. They have expended huge amounts of resources, energy, and have to dig very, very deep to continue fighting a 3rd round. This is where the fitness level of the fighters becomes the dominating factor of the fight. We're looking to see why we are not seeing any more fighters take the field. We might have seen a forfeiture. Crimson Tulips are in their armor off the field. We don't know why they're not taking the field. Sectus Repo is on the field. We're waiting to see if there's been a forfeiture. It could be that Crimson Tulips is not able to take the field again. There seems to be discussions going on. I'm seeing the fighters sit down. I believe one of the teams is forfeiting. Again, that ability to have a reserve makes a gigantic difference. Despite the fact that we have a tied round, Crimson Tulips versus Sectus Repo, each winning 1, I'm not seeing a 3rd fight take place. I'm seeing team members of Secta. The team captain of Crimson Tulips was talking to Sectus Repo. We're going to determine what happened. When we know, we'll tell you. It could be that what's happened is there was some kind of possible foul on the field, and a discussion is happening between marshals right now whether there was an actual rules violation. There is definitely a consultation going on right now between marshals. So it looks like there was a potential complaint of a foul, and they're waiting to determine if a foul actually happened. And if so, we might have to refight that match. We're definitely having deliberations going on between head marshals and the organizer of the event. We're just going to have to wait and find out what has happened. Team captain of Secta Sirepo is now in the discussion. That's Spencer, who is apparently conferring with the marshals at the top corner for Secta Sirepo. Secta Sirepo is coming back out onto the field, as is the Crimson Tulips. Crimson Tulips are on the left-hand side. They're being inspected. We are watching Secta Sirepo take the right. We're about to have what looks to be round 3. Secta Sirepo in purple on the right-hand side versus Crimson Tulips in orange on the left. Looks like the marshals decided there was no foul, as we're now going into regular round 3 of combat. I could very well be wrong, but it looks like we're going into just round 3. Roger Young is calling in the middle of the field, is asked if both are prepared and ready, and the fight has begun. Two on two near, 2-on-2 in the far, with two middle flankers waiting to see if they can take advantage. We have contact. Both flankers are now fighting each other. Whichever flanker goes down will determine who has the numerical advantage. We have two Secta Sirepo down, one of the Crimson Tulips down. So we have a 4-3 advantage for Secta Surepo. Nope, we now have 3 versus 3. 2 of the Crimson Tulips are engaged, third one joining in. Secta Surepo slowly coming back in to join in. It's 3 versus 3. Again, we're seeing tired fighters. They are not running, they are walking. Looking to see who can take out someone and get a numerical advantage. 3 versus 3, all on the bottom rail here on the right-hand side. You can see them waiting to find who goes down. We have 2 fighters go down. It's 2-2. 2-2. Crimson Tulips, Secta Surepo, 1-1, and Crimson Tulips, last standing, wins the match. Crimson Tulips with 1 remaining fighter wins. That's 2 wins, and Crimson Tulips advances over Secta Surepo. As our teams leave the field, Crimson Tulips victorious. We're waiting for Dominus and Northblood to take the field for men's Tier 1. Okay, we're about to have a fight. Dominus on the left in blue, taking on Northblood in red on the right. And we have engagement. Dominus, these are both quick-moving teams. You're watching the fighters run around. We have a Northblood in the backfield, loose. Dominus trying to make sure he doesn't get an advantage. Each team looking to get that temporary 2-on-1 to turn the tide. Everyone is now engaged, no one loose in the field. We have full engagement between Dominus and Northblood. We have had 2 fighters fall, 2 Dominus are down, and I think the Northblood is also down, which means we have a 3 versus 3. Nope, 3 versus 2, as it looks like the other Northblood is being called down. 2 Dominus. Dominus looking to get another 2-on-1 advantage in the corner. Northblood moving over to make sure he is not open, and we have stop fight as Dominus took down their fighter, making a 4-1. All right, both teams are greeting each other as Dominus has won against Northblood. Northblood is changing out their members. Fight is on. We have a new group of people from Northblood. They're in the blue and white versus Dominus. Looks to be that most of the fighters on the field are from Texas, depending on which side they're from. We have a lot of the red and blue look to be Texas teams, the Warlords, who are joined in with the Northbloods. Dominus versus the Northbloods. And we had a takedown, Dominus prevailing, one Northblood down. Temporary advantage to Dominus, 5-4. 5-4, we're looking to see if Dominus is able to quickly capitalize. Desperately trying to take down, and they've taken down another. Dominus is now dominating. Temporary hold, it looks like it is 3-1. 3-1 going to Dominus. Dominus therefore wins this round of matches, having won 2. Dominus is exiting the field, as is the Northbloods. We are waiting for Women's Division A Vandals to take the field versus the Dallas Mythics. The Vandals will be on the left-hand side, the red side. The Dallas Mythics will be on the right, the blue. All right, entering on the right-hand side, we see the Dallas Mythics. Dallas Mythics are getting inspected. They are in the black and red. On the right-hand side, we see the Vandals. Vandals are in gold and black or full black. Vandals are fielding all 5 fighters. Looks to be we have 1 two-handed weapon, 3 two-handed axes. Sword and shield. Dallas Mythics looking to have 2 two-handed weapons, the rest sword and shield. Marshals are looking to see if both sides are ready, and the fight is about to start. The fight has started. We are in round 1. Dallas Mythics versus the Vandals. Both are engaging each other slowly, always looking to maintain that one person who breaks away and has a temporary 2-1 advantage. We're watching both of these centers eye each other up as 2 2-1s happen on either side. The centers are eyeing each other. They know they want to run. And hopefully we've made a break. We've had the first Athena run in, the Vandals, run in, trying to get that temporary advantage. Short-lived, as we have now seen one of the Vandals fall. Dallas Mythics are in the lead. Dallas Mythics have a 3-2 advantage. And stop fight. Dallas Mythics have won the fight with 4 standing. Dallas Mythics, having won that fight, are gathering. They're bringing a new fighter. The Vandals don't look to have any extra fighters available. They are not going to have any substitution available. So on the right-hand side, Dallas Mythics, having brought in a new fighter, getting ready to take the field. Okay, round 2 starting. Dallas Mythics versus the Vandals. Dallas Mythics, Vandals, both in the center of the field, eyeing each other up, looking to see who initiates combat. Everyone evened up right now. We have 2 2s on the bottom versus 3 and 3 on the top. Fierce fight going in the back corner. We have watched one of the Vandals take down a Dallas Mythic, and in short order going for a second. Hard shot over the knee and above the knee, actually, not on it, but Dallas Mythic is down. Vandals are in control, 2-1. Looking to make a comeback in this fight. 2-1 in the bottom corner here. I thought he was supposed to be doing the thing. And we have a win for the Vandals. The Vandals have tied this up 1-1 versus the Dallas Mythics. This is where we're going to find out if the Vandals have no one to substitute in. They have to have their original members. Looks like we're having a substitution on the Dallas Mythics. Dallas Mythics bring in at least 1 fresh fighter, possibly 2. We're looking at the Vandals on the left-hand side of the field, and on the right, we have the Dallas Mythics getting ready for their 3rd fight. They are 1-1, tied. 3rd round, we'll see who advances. Getting ready for the fight to start. All fighters are ready. The fight has started. Again, both sets of fighters are eyeing each other up. The centers are looking to see who dashes first. 2-2s on the sides as the centers eye each other up, looking to see who rushes where. And we have commitment on the Mythics, quickly capitalizing. 2-2 on the bottom left. And we have 3 fighters down, 2 Vandals, 1 Mythic. The Mythics are driving this fight. They have just called it as a 3-1. Match is over. So the Mythics end up prevailing 2-1 over the Vandals. Mythics are leaving the field right now, and we're waiting for 2 teams, men's divisions, to come on. Those 2 teams will be the Rat Pack versus the Company of the Pale Horse. We're watching as we see inspections happening for Company of the Pale Horse as they take the field. Company of the Pale Horse seems to have a deep reserve. There we see Company of the Pale Horse entirely in black with a little purple. Ooh. And we're going to look at the Rat Pack in white with the gold and black stripe taking the field. Teams are on the field. Company of the Pale Horse versus the Rat Pack. They're engaging. Company of the Pale Horse quickly driven by the Rat Pack, going very offensively. The Rat Pack drives Pale Horse. We have everyone standing. Rat Pack has pulled down one of Pale Horse, and we see 2 more fall down. Rat Pack, oh, one of Rat Pack collides into the rail. There is not much vision in the helmet. Clearly couldn't see the rail. We have 2 Rat Pack versus 2 Pale Horse in the bottom left corner. Bottom left corner, we see Rat Pack wailing in with Pale Horse slamming with a 2-handed weapon. Rat Pack down. Company of the Pale Horse has 2 versus 1 Rat Pack. Rat Pack, remember, goes to the corner and is being slammed by this 2-handed pole weapon. You're hearing these blows to the head and leg as he is tied and having a difficult time defending himself. He's trying to stay in the corner to keep from his back being hit. He breaks free with a mace and shield versus 2 two-handed weapons. Oh, we are going to one-on-one fighting. 2-handed axe slamming in. One of the Company of the Pale Horse gave up his 2-handed weapon to go with a 1-handed weapon, intending to grapple and tie. With a grapple and tie, allowing the 2-handed axe to choose targets, which he has done. Strong hit to the bicep, a poorly protected area, makes the Rat Pack fighter decline to fight anymore. He goes to the ground, possibly injured. One of the components of this sport is something called pain compliance. When you find yourself in enough pain, you comply by deciding not to fight. That's what we just witnessed. All right, Company of the Pale Horse has a 1-point lead. And they bring in a fresh fighter with a two-handed weapon. It's one of the pole axes, a shorter pole axe, but with a very pointed tip. That pointed tip concentrates pain in that axe head. On the left, we have the Rat Pack. Rat Pack also bringing in new fighters. They are looking to go with 4 sword and shield fighters. Actually, they're looking to go with 4 grappling style fighters. The sword and shield fighters or one-handed weapon fighters like to grapple, holding someone so that a two-handed weapon can throw bombs in from the side. And we see quickly Company of the Pale Horse losing a weapon, running in and grabbing a remaining weapon off of his fence, and he is now back in. We have 4 fighters down, 2 from Rat Pack, 2 from Company of the Pale Horse. It's an even fight. Not anymore. 3-3, except one of the Rat Pack had to get a weapon. During this temporary lull, we have a lead for Company of the Pale Horse, doing a 3-on-1. Rat Pack is back in. Because that Rat Pack was still standing, even though not engaged, it was a 3-2 fight. So that one Rat Pack member had to survive a 3-on-1 while the other Rat Pack member got a new weapon. 2-1, Rat Pack trying to stay in versus 3 Pale Horse. Pale Horse falls. It is now 2-2. Rat Pack versus Pale Horse. Oh, we have 2 fighters fall down. It is down. It is a tie. No one wins. All fighters going down at the same time at the tail end. No one left standing. I'll tell you, as a fighter, that is a situation everyone hates, where you expend all the energy, all the time and pain to have a full fight, and no one wins, which means you have to fight it all over again. Rat Pack, Company of the Pale Horse, getting ready to fight yet again. On the right, Company of the Pale Horse in black with some gray. On the left, the Rat Pack, predominantly white with a blaze of black and gold as a stripe. Teams are engaging. Again, we are seeing centers trying to take advantage. We have a 3-on-3 on the top, 2 fighters down. It's now 4 versus 4. 2 fighters just fell in the bottom corner. We have a 3 versus 2 situation. Rat Pack in the lead. 2 more fighters down. It is 2-1. Rat Pack 2-1 on the top of the rail. And 1 Rat Pack still standing. Rat Pack takes the round. This round going to Rat Pack. It is 1 versus 1. They're going to have to go to a 3rd fight, which is actually a 4th round. Rat Rat Pack has 3 on the field right now. We are due to the tie, having a 4th fight. Company of the Pale Horse bringing in a new member, getting a helmet inspection right now. They have a fresh member coming in, looking to see if Rat Pack brings in a fresh member. And they are. They have brought in a fresh member who's being inspected. So we are tied 1-1 with both teams having to go through a tie fight. They're going into a 4th fight to see who wins. No one likes having to fight 4 fights to find who won the best out of 3. Except the audience. The audience loves it. The audience sucks it up. Rat Pack coming against the Company of the Pale Horse. Oh, we have a helmet off. Rat Pack is out of the list due to helmet failure. 2 Rat Packs down. Company of the Pale Horse takes down another, but also goes down himself. We have a gauntlet off of one of the Company of the Pale Horse. Fighting has stopped. There are 2 able fighters versus 1 able Rat Pack. We're going to see if they're continuing as a 2-on-1. The gauntlet that came off the Company of the Pale Horse fighter made him a down fighter. Rat Pack is looking to desperately maintain and maybe pull someone down. Oh, and he takes a knee. Company of the Pale Horse wins as Rat Pack had a disadvantage having 2 fighters hitting him. Company of the Pale Horse leaves the field with a 2-1 victory in this 4-fight round or match. As these fighters leave the field, we are going to have Women's A Division fighters entering. It will be Athena's Wrath on the left versus Secta Supuro on the right. Athena's Wrath is on the left-hand side of the field. They are in the the green and white tabards. They're getting their helmets inspected. We see the very first of Secta Supuro entering on the right, purple and black. This is Women's Division A, round 1. This is match 16 of 61 matches that will happen today. That is an insane amount of fighting. Gives you an indication how many teams are here. Gates are being closed. Secta Supuro versus Athena's Wrath. Secta Supuro in purple. Athena's Wrath in green and white. And I assure you that is green and white, though the dust has taken its toll. Looks a little more like green and tan. Both teams are ready. Marshall is about to call the fight on. The fight is on. Athena Wrath advancing on Secta Supuro. Supuro. Everyone is engaged. Secta Supuro. Athena's Wrath. Someone looking for a takedown. We have 2 fighters down, one from Athena, one from Secta Sirepo. We are tied 4-4. Actually, we only have two 2-on-1s happening on this field. We have a 1-on-1 and a Secta Sirepo coming in to make it 2-on-1. It is 1-on-1, Secta Sirepo versus Athena's Wrath to see who takes this first round. Looks to be more energy in the gas tank of the Athena Wrath fighter. Secta Sirepo falling. Athena's Wrath victorious, round 1. Of note, there were only 4 fighters on each side on this fight. We never had all 5 fighters. I'm guessing that Athena's Wrath is no longer able to field a full team of 5, and Secta Sirepo, who has extra fighters, chose to just field with 4. Still just the 4 fighters for Athena's Wrath. Secta Sirepo, while they're maintaining only 4 on the field, they are exchanging fighters so that they will have fresh fighters. New fighter on the field for Secta Sirepo. They are still maintaining only 4, but one of those 4 is fresh and new and ready to go with 3 other tired fighters. Secta Sirepo choosing to only field 4 fighters, as Athena's Wrath is only able to field 4. All combatants are joined, all are looking to make that first throw, and we have it. Athena's Wrath throwing down. Athena's Wrath with a commanding lead, 4-2. If they quickly capitalize, Athena's Wrath will have won. It is 4 versus 2, and it's over. 4 Athena's Wrath versus 1 Secta Sirepo. Athena's Wrath wins. Athena's Wrath advances, having won 2-0 versus Secta Sirepo. As these teams leave the field, we are looking to see Ordo Draconus take the field versus Dominus in men's tier 1, 5 versus 5. For some reason, they're not opening the gates to let out Athena's Wrath. There must be something stuck. Here we go. Finally, the gate opens. And Athena's Wrath can leave the field. We're seeing Dominus take the field on the right. They are in the blue with the black striped cross. Dominus is going to be fighting against Ordo Draconus. Ordo Draconus entering now on the left. They are in green, black with green. These are both very, very capable teams. Look to see a lot of energy. There will be a lot of running. You won't see much walking. These teams are active. Ordo Draconus and Dominus, both veteran teams with great skills. Ordo Draconus Dominus all greeting each other on the field. These fighters know each other very well. They have been on each other's teams multiple times. These fighters all go back. They all have history, and they fight each other with and against year to year. Ordo Draconus in black with the green stripe versus Dominus in blue with the black stripe. Both teams are ready, and the fight is on. Both teams looking, and quick, we see a center, hard check, attempting to get it down. No one falling though. Oh, we have a huge hammer strike briefly before a Dominus engages the two-hander. No one down yet, but we see an Ordo barely manages to stay up for a wild amount of time before being taken down. Dominus has the advantage, 5 versus 4. Ordo looking to come back. Second Ordo Draconus down. Dominus now commandingly with a 5-3 advantage. We see 3 Ordo. 2 Ordo left standing, and 1 just fell, so it became a 5-1. And the battle called. Ordo yielding to Dominus. So the first round goes to Dominus commandingly. Ordo Draconus is going to have to see if they can trade out some people and change this dynamic. Ordo Draconus bringing in 2 new fighters. Looks like they're going to be using more grapplers, as we only have 1 two-handed fighter on the field. Nope, 2 two-handed axes on the field with 3 grapplers. Dominus looking to go with 1 two-handed weapon. The rest are grapplers. Grapplers are people with sword and shield or 1 weapon. They hold people while someone with a 2-hand weapon bombs. Dominus is actually going all grappler. As you see, we have quick motion in the backfield. Dominus making sure that that 2-handed axe does not get any time to strike. We have 2 Ordo, 3 Ordo down. It's over. In quick order, Dominus takes out Ordo Draconus, winning their second round and ending this match 2-0. Dominus exiting the field. As Dominus leaves, we're going to be seeing the Crimson Tulips and the Dallas Mythics take the field for women's Tier 1 division fighting. We're seeing the Dallas Mythics enter the field. They are in the red and black. They're getting inspected as we speak. The Crimson Tulips are beginning to show on the right-hand side. They are in orange. This is Women's A fighting here at the Garrison Arena, Carolina Carnage. Crimson Tulips fielding what looks to be 4 grapplings. Grapplers, what I mean is a sword and shield or axe and shield, and 1 flanker or bomber with a 2-handed weapon. 2-hand weapons tend not to go head-on and grapple. They tend to try to get behind and throw heavy axe blows or put the haft of the axe over an opponent's head and pull them over. regardless, they tend to try to be loose in the backfield to try to gain that unguarded back or flank. Dallas Mythics have two-handed weapons on the field and 2 grapplers. I'm only seeing, oh, I see the 5th now. We have 5 Mythics on the field. 3 grapplers, 2 two-handers. As usual, we have a 2-on-2 in the top, a 2-on-2 in the bottom, but quickly one of the Crimson are down. The Mythics have a 5-4 advantage. Another Crimson down. We have a 4-3 advantage, and we are getting another Crimson. Dallas Mythics had to grab a weapon. Fight is now over. Again, this is a full field play. We have everything happening all at once on the field. You're not fighting over a ball, a flag, a puck. Because of that, something that happens on one corner decides a field as that corner allows a fighter to move somewhere else and get an advantage numerically. This is a team battle where you start evenly and you try to make a numbers advantage. Once you have a numbers advantage, where you have 2 people pulling or fighting or striking one, you quickly end up with the advantage going to the team with the most fighters. Round 2. Dallas Mythics, Crimson Tulips. Hammer blows coming in on one of the Crimson Tulips, is down. Nope, it's a Dallas Mythic who is down. But there goes another Dallas Mythics with a Crimson Tulip. I see 2 Crimson Tulips in the corner with 2 Mythics, while on the far side we have a 1-on-1. It's an even fight. There are 3 standing. A 2 versus 2 on the right versus a 1-on-1 on the left. Who falls first? And we have a Crimson Tulip down. The Mythics have the advantage now. 3 versus 2. 3 versus 2. The axe blows are now coming in as the Crimson Tulips are both grappled and unable to move. Has fallen down 3-1. That was a pain compliance where the 2-handed axe hit the shoulder of the Crimson Tulip fighter. The Crimson Tulip fighter was already grappled and not able to defend. Took that blow on the shoulder and decided, I'm not having that happen again. I'm going down. That's pain compliance. That's why these 2-handed weapons try to get into a situation where they can freely strike at an undefended area on a fighter, and then the fighter has to determine whether they're willing to endure that pain or just go down so they can still continue fighting later. Sometimes when you decide to endure that pain turns into a broken limb or a wound that's so difficult they can't fight anymore. The Northbloods are now taking the field on the left. They are on red and blue. This is men's tier 1. They're going to be fighting the company of the Pale Horse, who are entering on the right. They are in the black and what might be purple, or it might be gray. Company of the Pale Horse on the right-hand side, getting their final inspections, about to fight the Northbloods. All right, we are about to start with the Northbloods versus the Company of the Pale Horse. Northbloods on the left with the blue and white versus the Company of the Pale Horse in black and gray. Again, we have 2-on-2s with the center flankers trying to figure out who will go free and strike. They are both armed with long axes, and they are now engaging each other in a tug of war. And oh my, we have an incredible throw where one of the Northbloods attempted to throw from behind a Company of the Pale Horse. The Company of the Pale Horse with good perception ducks under him. He falls over the top. We have a 4-on-3 situation. It's now a 2-on-3. 2-on-3 with the advantage going to the North, to the Company of, nope, the Northbloods. Northbloods have the advantage. That we have some strikes. 2 of the Company of the Pale Horse are engaged, meaning 1 Northblood is free. It has just turned into a 3-on-1. The Northbloods prevail over Company of the Pale Horse. All right, round 1 going to Northblood versus Company of the Pale Horse. Company of the Pale Horse bringing in some replacement fighters, getting inspected, as is Northblood. Northblood coming in with one of the halberds. It's a short-hafted halberd. Very similar to an axe, except it's a pull weapon that can strike on either side. Fighters are advancing. Again, we have 2 centers eyeing each other up as groups of 2 on the rails, trying to see who will engage, who can find someone not looking so they can get in a free shot. Some punches happening in the top, but everyone is still eyeing each other up, looking to see who makes that break, hoping to get that quick takedown. And there's that quick break, and it is not going to result in a takedown. Center flanker doing his job, trying to find someone clearing in the open. We have a fighter down. Both are being called down. So it is 4 versus 4. Nobody has the advantage. Northblood versus Company of the Pale Horse. Armor fighter being called for an armor failure. So we have an advantage now for Company of the Pale Horse. It is 4-on-4. It's an even match. I'm sorry, it's not. Northbloods do have an advantage. because they have a person loose in the backfield. Someone has fallen down. The fight is now a 2-on-2. Company the Pale Horse having to get another weapon, coming in with a two-handed weapon, and he swings hard to the leg. That was a teller. He is hurt. He does not want to take another shot like that. And he's down. Company the Pale Horse is now a 2-on-1. He's trading weapons to the long axe, which means he is going to throw pain. And there it is. He's hitting the leg. He's hitting the helm. While this armored fighter is tied up, he's not able to defend himself properly. And the two-handed axe can choose open spots and slam in. Fighter's effectively, hard hit to the helmet. If that shoulder comes open, that two-handed axe will cause pain. Two-handed axes coming in. The shield is working overtime, trying to guard anything they can. Axe breaks. Axe breaks against the helmet. Another two-handed weapon in hand. Very short reprieve for our fighter, our Northblood fighter, having endured a lot of pain. Still stands in the corner. He's taking shots to the arm, hoping to block with his half and with his shield. It is a difficult fight to stand in a corner and get two-handed blows rained on you. And he is trying to get out of it. He knows he's close to his end. He is now being grappled by both fighters. He is down, taking someone with him, but Company of the Pale Horse prevails over Northbloods. And that means they're tied, and they have to fight a third round. So much pain. Not much gain. Northbloods, Company of the Pale Horse, grinding each other down, looking to go into the third round to see who wins. Both sides have fighters in incredible pain. Hopefully that one fighter from Company of the Pale Horse is subbing out. He's gasping on the side. He will have some very impressive dents and bruises. Substitutions happening on Northblood also. New fighters taking the field. So Northblood is comprised of fighters in red and black and blue and red. Company of the Pale Horse, all in black and gray, versus the team that is either red and blue or red and black. So if you see red, it's Northblood. If you see black and gray, it's Company of the Pale Horse. Teams are advancing. Company of the Pale Horse versus Northbloods. It has been a hard two fights. They're looking to see who wins. Again, the centers are eyeing each other up. They're just taking strikes at each other. Oh, we have a weapon down. Temporary advantage, but it's not followed up on. We have one of the Pale Horse down, but he's not watching it. Company of the Pale Horse is definitely on the defensive as they have 3 versus the 4 Northbloods. Company of the Pale Horse with 3 fighters. 2 fighters. Oh, we have a trip. We have only one Northblood left. I'm sorry, one Pale Horse left. The fight is over. Unfortunately, one of the Northbloods, while running across the field, tripped, and he's down. In this combat, when you go to the ground, you are out. What is called ground is 3 points of contact on the ground. When you're on 2 feet, you're on 2 points of contact. But if you support yourself with a hand or any other portion of your body, you are grounded. Why is that? When you are on the ground, you are your most vulnerable. In medieval combat, armor just had to be strong enough to withstand blows that could move your body weight. Once your body weight is resting on the ground, it can't move. When it can't move, the weapons can then chop through the armor. In old tournaments, people were declared non-combatants once they were grounded on the ground, because then they were vulnerable to being killed. And apparently tournament combat was considered a little too bloody, so they made those rules. In this more modern version of the sport, if you found yourself on the ground, you are no longer in combat, whether it's because you tripped or because someone threw you there, or you voluntarily decided to take a knee. You're on the ground. So we have on our screen the Vandals in black. They're going to be fighting in Women's Division A versus Athena's Wrath in green and white on the right. The Vandals are ready on the left-hand side. They look to be armed with 3 two-handed weapons, 2 sword and axe fighters. Athena's Wrath have just gotten their 3rd, 4th member on the field. They are fighting a fighter down. Looks like we're going to have a little bit of friendly discussion. We're going to see if the Vandals choose to fight with all 5 fighters versus Athena's Wrath 4. Athena's Wrath has had to fight several fights now with just 4 fighters. You have to give them huge credit to consider continuing to come out on the field at a disadvantage. Athena's Wrath, 4 fighters, 3 two-handed weapons, 1 grappling set, 1 sword and shield fighter. We're going to see if Vandals take all 5, and it looks like they will. It is a 5 versus 4 match. Athena's Wrath is going to have to dig really deep. And quickly that advantage is beginning to tell as one of the Athena's Wrath is taken to the ground. It is a 5 versus 3 now. It's now no longer even that. It is a 4 versus 2. 4 of the Athena's Wrath, 2 Athena's Wrath versus 4 Vandals. Athena's Wrath grappled. There is a 5th Vandal available to strike at will with a 1-handed axe. 2 axes, but they're 1-handed axes. They really need to replace one of the 2-handed axe fighters who's grappling with a 1-handed fighter. 2 fighters down. We have a 3-in-1 situation. Vandals win against Athena's Wrath. Again, having that extra fighter made all the difference. More importantly, the Vandals, to continue fighting, can trade out members, which they are. Athena's Wrath have nothing left. They only had the 4 fighters. And those same 4 fighters are going to continue fighting. 4 tired fighters versus 5 Vandals, at least 2 of which are fresh on the field. This is also one of the reasons why, if you realize you're going to be injured, you take a knee, because if you are injured, your team suffers 1 down for the rest of the day. We have a 3 versus 2 on the lower corner and a 2-on-2 on the top. And 2 fighters are down, so we have a 4-on-3 situation. 1 of the Athena fighters are down. It is a 4 versus 2. Four versus 2, looking to see who falls. The Athena fighter is trying to get her axe unbound. She cannot get her axe free. Is now going for a side weapon. Had a side weapon in hand. By virtue of that, was able to throw another fighter down. You're not allowed to take offensive action unless you have a weapon in hand. She had a mace in her belt. She gave up the axe and grabbed the mace because the axe was bound in other fighters. She's now taking hard shots by a 2-handed axe, hoping to come in and use that free hand to pull some down, but it's still 3-2. That fighter's down. It's 3-on-1. It is over. Athena's Wrath making an incredible gut check to fight a person down in 2 fights and still make a competition out of it. Vandals win 2-0 against a very tired but valiant Athena's Wrath. As they leave the field, we're seeing men's Tier 1 teams coming to the field. It will be the Rat Pack versus the Iron Lions Vanguard. Entering the field, we have the Rat Pack. They are on the right-hand side of the field. They are in the, they're on the left-hand side of the field. What we're looking at on the left-hand side of the field is the Iron Lions Vanguard. They are in black and white, counter change. On the right-hand side of the field, we have the Rat Pack. The Rat Pack is all in white. Rat Pack has their members on the field. Iron Lions coming out of Northern Virginia, Iron Lions Vanguard, having 5 members looking to have 1 2-handed weapon. The rest are sword and shield, mace and shield, axe and shield. Nope, I see 2 2-handed axes. They're advancing onto the field. The fight is on. Iron Lions in the black and white counterchange checkerboard tabards versus the white. We have an Iron Lion down. 2 Iron Lions down. Rat Pack is one of the Rat Pack are seated. I'm not sure why. Rat Pack, Iron Lions all in one corner. And stop fight called. Rat Pack is looking to have won. Rat Pack wins the first round. All right, with the Rat Pack, who are on the right-hand side of the screen, winning round 1. We're about to advance to round 2. Iron Lions bringing in some new people, closing their lists right now. Again, the Rat Pack on the right-hand side of the screen with the blue gates, all in white, versus the Iron Lions Vanguard on the left-hand side of the screen with the red gates. They are in the black and white checkerboard tabards. Advancing on the field. Two and two on the top, a 1-on-1 and a 2-on-2 on the bottom. We have one Rat Pack throwing down an Iron Lion. We have another Rat Pack down, so it is 4-on-4, even fight. Two fighters just went down in the corner, both an Iron Lion and a Rat Pack. It's 3-on-3. Nope, it's not. It's 2-on-1 now. 2-on-1, Iron Lion trying to keep some kind of position. He doesn't want to get trapped into a corner where he can't maneuver, and he would just be hammered. Rat Packs are cornering him in. We have a grapple, and now the other Rat Pack is going to look for a loose leg and sweep. Manages to stay standing. We have a 1-on-1 fight. Rat Pack versus Iron Lions. This will be a huge comeback. I have no idea what's being called. For some reason, we have had a Rat Pack fighter called. Iron Lions win round 2, making it 1-1. Rat Pack versus Iron Lions. All right, we're going to go to a round 3. Iron Lions Vanguard versus Rat Pack. Incredible comeback by that Iron Lions fighter. Surviving against 2. I'm not quite sure why the one Rat Pack fighter was called down, but some skillful maneuvering on the part of the Iron Lions, who managed to keep his feet as a throw was attempted. Started. Iron Lions versus Little Rat Pack. Rat Pack all in white. Iron Lions in black and white checkerboard. Fight is happening in the corner. We have 2 Iron Lions down. Rat Pack is in command. Everything is now happening in one corner. And fighters are going down. We have 2 Iron Lions versus 3 Rat Pack, and it's over. 3-1. The Rat Pack wins over Iron Lions Vanguard. Rat Pack has the win, exiting now over the Iron Lions in a 2-1, 3-round fight. Okay, we have a pause here as 2 new teams will be taking the field. We are here at the Garrison Arena at Clemson University.
Team at the front, please. The pair of us are doing.
So I'm going to bring out my high output charger in case. So yours, I'm noticing, is at 4.4. That one is a 2 of the blade, which means it's definitely so, but it's creasing slowly.
I didn't know you guys had software you started down here too. I love them. I love their stuff. Their measurements are pretty good with everything. We actually just had a post with them the other day because we have a young lady who is training with us now.
Yes, you clicked on, but it's lower volume.
I can bring it up.
Cool.
So have you, what your level are you on it? There's the sound check.
I am talking now. Do you like hearing my voice? Is it so very nice? My soft, soothing voice. Dusty, how do you like it now?
How do you like it now, Dusty? Uh-oh.
Better.
Better?
Is that the level you want to talk?
I mean, I do get excited for these, so yeah.
You're excited for this.
Oh.
Tell me about that hit earlier.
Tell you about the hit when I cross-checked?
Yeah.
All right, so I was in the corner over here, and I hit the guy with the Sotogari. And as soon as, like, I knew he was going down, because, like, as he's going, he's like, and I'm just like, oh, sweet. That's not good. He doesn't like that.
You should be getting crazy balls. This is 1-1. And go ahead and talk.
All right, so as soon as it happened, then I look at my guy, check he's good, and then as I go running across, the other guy's looking around. He didn't quite turn to me, but as he was turning, I second-guessed instead of just fully committing. Aw.
So we got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Maybe if it's on, it works.
All right, we're doing a sound check pre the interview with Sean. And say your name for me again.
Sean Fabian.
Fabian. That's what I said something different.
Well, Larry always says Fabian.
Sean Fabian.
Yeah.
Sean Fabian with Kenya's USA. Team captain, second captain.
No, just kind of like an event manager, I guess.
Okay. Staff sergeant, upper grade.
I'm pretty much, yeah, just like a sergeant of Kenya's at this point. Just kind of organizing trainings, organizing networking with other teams to go around and teach them what we know and how to be, I guess, spread the chaos that we do in the list.
All right, we are back during the intermission with an interview with the incredible Sean Fabian with Kenya's USA. Sean has been a competitor in this sport for several years. I had the honor of competing against him at the Dragons Cup tournament in Atlanta several years ago. Still one of my favorite pro fights ever. Just a great competitor. Sean, how is Carnage 2025 for you so far this year?
Carnage 2025 is definitely leaps and bounds than when my first experience in 2019. It's the competition level is absolutely incredible. Working with everybody going through in between fights, everybody here being a friend, being like, have you guys tried this? Have you done that? It's absolutely just exhilarating to have that type of camaraderie from everybody all the way through. And in 2019, not saying it wasn't that way, but it was like we were done by now in 2019.
Well, certainly there's been a lot of growth at Carnage over the years, and we're looking at record numbers of fighters and other competitors this year. support staff as well as attendees, record numbers of everything. This event just keeps growing. How's your team doing in the tournament?
Team's doing real good. I think our lowest was we had 4 fighters still standing at the end of each round. We've only had 2 fights so far. Ordo Draconus they're a fight. They're fast. They're a legendary team. Always been out there running and gunning, doing the big hits. I had Colin Martineau actually come up to me with a 2-handed axe, and I just remember thinking, oh no. So, but also we had Pale Horse right before that. New up-and-comers had a great 2024 season, and they got a big old Dylan Sweeney there now, and I got 2 wonderful dents in my leg that weren't there when this tournament started, and it was just, well, he makes me think of wanting to wear some authentic chausses again. A little extra padding would be nice.
Now, did any of the team competitors on your side, did they compete yesterday in the duels or in the outrance fights?
We had one competitor from Texas, big old Pete Moe. Pete Moe did pro fights only. I'm normally a duelist. I'm normally a pro fighter myself, as is Andrew McCabe, as is Jimmy Shock. But we decided this time we were going to take a day for travel and take our time getting to Carnage. And with it being the national qualifier, we held the kind of like a team vote, and we were like, hey, the 5s is where it's at. That's what we want to do. Everybody don't be a silly goose, and let's focus on the 5s.
That's good. Now, it's surprising we had so many competitors in the duels and the outrance that had we added everyone that maybe wanted to but chose not to for the melee reasons, it would have been an even later field. This event just keeps growing in such a good way. We used to do the duels in the morning and the melees in the evening, and now it's the duels and pro fights on one day, some of the melees one day, more on another, and I'm sure we're going to be expanding as things keep going.
Oh, absolutely. I think it was last year that everything was in the talks of even expanding into Monday, so we'd have Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. But I'm really glad that didn't happen this year because I got a busy year coming up, so I don't think I can take that much PTO. Maybe next year.
Now, what does your competition look like outside of Carnage? How many tournaments has you or your team done this year?
For 2025, this is our first one for the season opener. Last year we did Carnage. Some of us merked out to Grapes of Wrath, fighting on Bastion from North Carolina. And then we went out to Cincinnati Siege that the Cincinnati Barbarians host. It's a phenomenal tournament. And I hear there's some big talk about that one, right, Cade? And then we went to Italy, actually, to, I don't know how to pronounce it, but it was wonderful. It's a memorial for one of their fighters who died in a car wreck. And they just keep it going every year, and it's always in June. And it was absolutely amazing to go out there. That was our first time actually fighting Bandolier out there. Our second time fighting the Italian Bastards, who are here today and in the same pool as our second team, Kinyas Fire. And the Bastards beat, that's their name, the Bastards. They beat Kinyas Fire, but both teams move up out of the pool, so I'm super proud of my guys.
That's great. And what is the experience level of the folks on Kinyas USA right now? Would you say 3, 5, 10 years?
Well, we got Andrew McCabe and myself that are about 7 years in. I started fighting at DragonCon 2018 when you and I fought was my first tournament. And doing the duels, the melees, and then you and I pro fighting, that was an exhausting day. That was very exhausting. But so I've been in it 7 years. Andrew, when I got back from DragonCon, was coming in, and then he was just like right there, went to a national qualifier right off the bat, and he's been hot stuff ever since. But from there, people kept falling into our lap of recruiting. So we don't need to really actively recruit. But now we're into Ren Fair circuits and whatnot too, to where a lot of people from the Michigan area where we're from, they just find us and keep coming, and they want to. We just got our own indoor facility as well, and everybody is really showing up, and we're really lucky to have something like that happen to us.
And I think that's a testament to how strong your team is. You need both the presence at events, both the Buhurt events, but also public events for the United States. We recruit quite a bit differently over here for the sport. And you need a good reputation for your team, which doesn't necessarily mean you know winning reputation, but you have that on top of it.
Yes.
And the backing of Kinyas for training and all of that has, at least from my perspective, has built your team so much over the years in such good ways. And For those international viewers that we may have watching the live stream today, because the history of the United States is not nearly what we have available for the European teams, we have to recruit from a little bit of a different population, which is why there's a little bit more of a Renaissance festival atmosphere here today. It draws in similar-minded folks, and I think that's kind of one of the big ways we're building things. We started at science fiction conventions and fantasy conventions to draw in people that have a mindset for medieval history a little bit, maybe fantasy, maybe draw them over a bit. We've even drawn some folks in from LARP and other medieval fighting groups. Is this your first style of fighting?
This is not my first style of fighting. I started wrestling in high school, and I'll admit I didn't like it, so I only did it 1 year. From there, I was in the Marine Corps from 2015 to actually till about 3 days ago. So I just got out, I'm off contract, everything's good, but I was doing Marine Corps Mixed Martial Arts from there. When I started this though, Marine Corps Mixed Martial Arts, it went out the window and I wanted to do this. And so I started going to Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu as well. And just being able to grab onto somebody without using your hand, which is a lot of what this sport entails, because you can't have intent to remove armor. So don't really grab them with your hand, but chicken wing them and go in and try to hit these moves that you have judo and Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu to take the fight to the ground. And it translates, hence why I do pro fights in AMMA, Buhurt International, and occasionally AMCF as well. But just those takedowns, to follow them to the ground, can also be translated to using the rails here in the melees and succeeding in that throw, catching yourself, but also keeping your opponent safe, which is a big thing that Kinyas prides themselves in.
Absolutely. So, looking at the purple and gold list earlier today, we saw some marshals calling out folks for grabbing legs. I'm not sure if it was a particular way they were grabbing. Can you explain to us your understanding of the rules for grappling a leg with hands?
Yeah, the rule for grappling a leg, the way that we train it, is definitely a high crotch move. So when you have a hafted weapon, because you can't grab your sword in a melee, you cannot grab bladed weapons, your own or your opponent's. We go up underneath, and as soon as we thread through the upper, so it's mid-thigh and up, we'll go through that way to put the leg, then we'll get the ankle to come up to the crotch and hold it with our legs and remove the weapon. But if the weapon goes behind the back of the knee, it's unneeded pressure. With it being a hinge joint, it's also a high risk for your ACL, your MCL, meniscus to have a potential pop, tear, or torsion in a way. It's very much like how we don't allow neck control or neck torsion in the sport as well, because, well, you kind of need it. And the knee is a stupidly complicated joint for whatever engineered the human race to be like, yeah, hey, that works.
What kind of advice would you give for someone that's looking at getting into the sport, or maybe has gotten into it on their own, but is looking to develop themselves or make entry for the first time?
Go to training camps. Go to training camps. Find them. Find a local club. I know on the West Coast it's very difficult. I'm in talks with a couple of folks over there. They're like, the nearest club to me is 3 hours. Oh, you got to budget that. You got to move it through. Get advice from them. Set up training camps. Don't be afraid to ask for training. Don't be afraid to ask for rule set clarification. And also just, well, really just pester the veterans of the sport. Pester them to be like, I want to come out, I want to do this. Are we going to be available for trying on armor? One of our rules in Kinyas is you're not necessarily going to be putting on armor in the first 6 months. We're going to train, we have enough soft kit where we're going to be training you with the foam weapons and all that for the fights, getting used to the mechanics, not overextending your arm. A lot of people are going to develop elbow tendonitis and whatnot too, to where it's, man, I think I'm going to be out for a while. You know, we don't go through teaching the takedowns right away. If it's a Ren Fair community, people like to show up, drink, see a show, hang out at the pub, see their friends. They're not necessarily going through and understanding how to escort somebody to the ground safely. So it's all sword work. And I do a lot of fencing that actually translates going into the sword work of a doorway to where you can defend yourself. And then I take away the lower body stuff because we're not lunging forward and we're not thrusting. So going through there, it's side, side, up, and then move your legs out of the way. If they're gonna hit your legs, get out of the way. So it's a lot of footwork, it's a lot of sword work, and then we graduate to the grappling.
What is your favorite fight you've had so far this weekend?
This weekend. Okay, good. I thought we were going back 7 years.
Oh, no.
Favorite fight this weekend. Well, I got to corner for Pete Mo to take his gold medals in his super duper extraordinary heavyweight category. I'm sorry, I don't know the actual title.
I believe it was Ultra.
Is it Ultra? Okay. Well, Pete Mo had 2 fights against some other big boys, and being out there fighting with him, cornering him, and having that trust of my buddy out there it's always a joy. But then there's so far I had Pale Horse. I got to fight my boy Sam Ride out there when he's fighting for Pale Horse. I mean, I didn't get to tangle with him, but I got to wave at him across the list. But Ordo Draconus is always a great fight, so I got to give it to Ordo. For me personally, fighting Ordo out there it's always a treat to fight up with that legendary team.
Well, we have so many legendary teams here, and it's getting to the point where the teams are becoming legendary. They have their own reputations that have succeeded through generations of fighters within the team. We've got some teams out here that maybe have 1 or 2 of the original combatants because we've had generational fighters, teams splitting off. Are those in good ways?
Yeah.
That's a growth. It's a branch from a tree, not a severing of a sprig. And it's so nice to see the same people year after year and the new people that are coming in, the smiling faces. And is there someone that is out there that's not here that you want to call out and tell them they need to be at Carnage next year?
I got a couple of them.
Feel free.
Brad Shivey, Andy Tunstall, Dan Hornbuckle. I want to see him back here wearing that Kinyas tabard for at least 1 more year.
That would be great. I've definitely seen Brad Shivey at previous events. Always a pleasure to see him out and about and fighting. Such a great competitor. So, what else are you looking forward to other than the incredible fighting and the wonderful opponents?
I mean, that pretty much sums up Carnage. That's why I've been coming here for, despite COVID, I've been here 6 years. 7 years in the sport, 6 years. Next thing I'm looking forward to is, wonder when Larry's going to put all his goofy hats on again.
I don't think there's been enough ethyl compounds, ETOH.
Well, not enough authenticity. Are they not authentic, Larry?
There's plenty of authenticity.
Larry.
So, is Carnage your favorite event of the year? I'm going to put you on the spot for this. You don't have to say yes. I just need some honesty.
It is my favorite stateside.
Stateside?
Stateside, it is my favorite. I've only been to 1 tournament abroad, which was the fight that the Italians invited us out to. Rotunda is the second word.
Mm-hmm.
Tavola Rotunda?
Okay.
Rotunda.
I'm not sure.
I don't know. I called it one time on an interview with Larry, actually. I called it Tortellini dei Ravioli. And he was just like, whoa, bro, I'm so sorry, Antonio. But I met Antonio before that in November at an ACW event in Springfield, Illinois, actually put on by Andre Sanu and Brad Shivey. And that was our first time against the Italian Bastards. And I met Antonio there, and he's always a big smiling face to see.
What makes Carnage your favorite stateside event?
It's actually put together. It's just, yeah, this long lunch is killing me, but like, I just want to fight. I want to fight with homies, man. But like, it's also, it's needed. Otherwise, you're going to have people heat casing. You're going to have people falling out due to injury, not able to check their gear properly. Like right now, people should be checking their gear. I don't see anyone doing it. But anyway.
One more question before we go, maybe a second after this. What do you think about the quality of marshalling over the years, at Carnage particularly?
Yeah, there's the quality of marshalling with Carnage. I was just recently Buhurt International Representative for USA and Secretary to Medieval Combat USA. So I got to be part of those little whispers of the marshalling seminars happening. And I've gotten some gripes about other events through the states of, well, the marshalling was terrible. But then I get the after action report, and it was the trainees that are up and coming that are going to carry the sport for marshalling, when the other marshals are like, I'm sick of people arguing with me all the time, I'm taking a break. Like, and I get it. Marshalling is very difficult, very taxing, but I mean, they're training too. They're training to marshal, learning the rules, weapons inspections, authenticity checks. Like, the quality of marshalling this year that I have seen is a zero tolerance for anything in a gray area. and I respect the heck out of that, because that takes some fortitude to go through and just tell somebody, no, you're wrong, I'm sitting you down, and they just have to listen. And you can dispute it, so go ahead and get your cameras out. Everybody does it. Get your camera out and fight with them, but like, you only got 15-minute window that you can go appeal that, but you also have to know the rules of, if you appeal that, it's either a full start of the round or they start you off exactly where the offense was. And it's all depending on the severity, I guess, of that event, or I'm sorry, of that penalty. So it's the marshalling this year is good, and we have international marshals here too that are just doing fantastic.
The marshalling this year, the reason that came up is you were talking about the break. We have a huge staff of marshals, and they need a break. They need a moment to relax their brains, get some food in them, get some caffeine in them to keep going. Of course, what I've seen over the years, being a marshal here previously, and not being as great as I could be, the chance to train here, the chance to improve, and to bring up, like you said, that next generation of marshals, this is a great opportunity to see international competition, the highest level of competition in the United States, and really get involved. If marshalling is something that you want to do, that this is a great event to come to. I've already had folks from the crowd asking me about how to get involved if maybe they're outside their fighting window in life. They want to get risk an injury. So not only do we have some incredible marshals here, we have incredible opportunity for those new marshals to grow. And that's something that I've always really been proud of with what Carnage puts on. And learning from the international marshals all the way back to some of the events in Springfield, Illinois with a tournament of chivalry, where I fought for the first time. We had a Ukrainian marshal there, probably the most experienced marshal at the time, and maybe still now. And having that perspective was wonderful for us.
Absolutely.
For the U.S. teams to keep us on track. Are you familiar with some of the original team members, Bobby D, or I think it's Bill Woodward?
Bill Woodbury.
Woodbury.
Yep, I'm familiar. Bill is actually, Bill's on Dominus right now. They, the top defending team in the world, according to Buhurt League World Cup 2023. Dominus went out there and did what they do, separate their fighters and just dominate. And it's always a treat to watch. And they're our last fight today, so I'm really looking forward to that fight. I'm familiar with Bill. I'm also familiar with Rich Ellswick. He was one of the original 29, if I'm not mistaken, and my original coach. And a lot of his teachings that he has taught me and Andrew McCabe, still we preach to this day. We took his teachings, made them our own, and developed Kinyas. And so a big thank you to Rich as well for taking us under his wing.
I miss Rich. I had some great fights with him at DragonCon. Still have the Pain Baked sticker on my armor box, though I don't use it quite as frequently as I would like to. But thinking about some of those original pioneers within the sport, we've got other folks that have been around since early on in the competition here, early on in the international competition as well. Trey, Larry competed early on. Greg here in the production booth is an early competitor as well, really breaking ground for this. I'm not going to ask you the question of, are you one of those groundbreakers that are going to be the elder statesman? I'm just going to tell you, we're on a live stream with video. I'm not going to ask you if you think you're going to be one of those. I'm going to tell you that in a few years, I think you're going to be represented and recognized like those elder statesmen. You're going to be the guys, the next generation of those fellows coming through. And thank you for being here for this.
I will tell you, 2019, I was supposed to go represent Team USA. Finances got in the way. 2021, I was selected by Jeff Galley to be able to go. Got canceled due to COVID. 2022, there wasn't a Worlds. 2023, I started a new job, couldn't get the PTO. This year, I want that gold, and I want to go represent because I am going to Hungary.
Outstanding, my friend.
Thank you, Sam.
Thanks for joining us again. We'll be getting back to the combat in about 40 minutes. 40 minutes from now. Thanks for joining us. We're clear.
All right. Thank you, man. Sorry about Clay. Fucking clown. Oh, I'm so sorry.
back at Carolina Carnage 2025 with Jordan from the Cincinnati River Sirens.
Hi.
So, Jordan, tell us a little bit about your team.
So we are obviously based out of Cincinnati. We have a 6-main team. All of us live local, so we can all practice together. This will be our first debut as a team. We've all been fighting for a while. We've all been we've murked ourselves out mainly. That was kind of our big thing, that we would just murk each other out to learn the sport, to get better, because we weren't a team yet. And then after I had a girl from Detroit move down to Cincinnati, and she convinced me to co-captain. And then we all just kind of got together and created this little conglomerate of weirdos, and we're excited for our very first tournament together, fully as a team together.
Outstanding. And we're glad that Carnage is that tournament for you. Now, you've been to Carnage before, is that correct?
Correct.
So what was your experience like last year?
Starting off the same as it is, nerve-wracking. I'm always freaking out before we start. What's nice is the women's side of the sport is just one of the most caring, joined, weird group of people, and we're just fully supporting each other the whole time. So we'll talk the whole time, we're being friends the whole time, so it just, that part has always made it good. It's always been ran really well. Marshals know what they're doing. They keep things in order. Things get ran very well. It's one of my favorite tournaments, even though it's the hardest tournament. But I'm very excited to be able to do it this year with my team.
Outstanding. Now, did you or any of your teammates compete in the duels or outrance fights yesterday?
Actually, yes. So Sandy Offerman, she did sword and buckler for open, and she did long sword. And then our newest one is Ashlyn. She did the outrance, the pro fights, and she got 2 of her first ever KOs. That's
awesome. I got to do some commentary on some of Ashlyn's fights. She had a lot of support in the live stream. Oh my gosh. And that was really great to see.
She is a beast, first and foremost. Like, that girl came out of nowhere. I'm so glad I snagged her. She is by far one of the best grapplers out there. She's truly going to be an amazing person to watch for like outrance, AMMA, all that. She's going to be coming, and she comes with fire. I'm very excited for her growth and where she's going to go.
Now, I've been on the Purple and Yellow live stream, and the ladies haven't fought over there yet today. Has your team fought already today?
No. We are literally the first fight against the Waffles.
Okay.
So after this, we're probably going to do our armor check, and then we're starting the second half off.
Do you know how many teams are in your pool?
So our pool had 4. The first pool had 5. We've got the Mythics, or not the Mythics, Gush. It's me for the Sirens. We have the Chaos Cryptids, which were formerly the Detroit Pegasus. So they're the Chaos Cryptids now. And then we have, who is the other one that we have? I can't believe I've already forgotten this. It is, it's the Meme Wars. But we have the Matagots. So that's going to be a fun one. They're super good. But yeah, we have the Meme Wars that we've done. I don't know if you're familiar with our Meme Wars. Oh, it's chaos. It's the best thing that everybody loves to do. Multiple of the women's team, as Carnage starts happening, we start making memes of each other and just throw jabs at each other and all fun, and it goes on all the way up to Carnage, and then we just start spamming. The men genuinely like to get in on it too. As soon as the memes start, you know that Carnage is happening.
Now, if someone is in the Cincinnati area and is interested in getting involved in the sport, can you tell them how they would do that?
Yeah, so there are multiple ways. So the Cincinnati Barbarians, they are the main team based out of Cincinnati. They just got a new place. Actually, I think it's towards Dayton now. They're still the Cincinnati Barbarians, but they got a better place, much better place. It's stunning. So the Cincinnati Barbarians are a good place to reach out to. They've got a lot of like extra kits and stuff to start being able to get new people in. And then I do my practices out of my home. But people can always reach out to the River Sirens Facebook page. It's like River Sirens Women Armored Combat. And then the Cincinnati Barbarians have their own Facebook page. You can message them and all that stuff. And people get a hold of each other and just let you know when open practices are. And they can start coming in, either just watch a practice, see what's going on, see how you like it, and then slowly dip your toe in, do soft kit, and then slowly get into armor and see if you like it. Because I'm going to tell you, your first time in armor, either it's not for you or you're hooked. There's no in between.
I think from my experience being trained and training other folks, it's that first contact with a weapon, that first loud jolt that you either know, support is the role for me.
Absolutely. And
that's nothing against
amazing. Support is one of the most important things that we could possibly have. If we don't have the support, we're just struggling. Supports have so much respect from so many people out here. They're doing God's work with us.
Amen.
With just repairs, thinking quickly, weapons, all that stuff. Like, they are a necessity and a blessing.
Now, is this sport your first entry into martial activities? Did you do martial arts beforehand?
No, I didn't know martial arts. I grew up the normal sports. I've never been in a physical altercation in my life. This is my first fights I've ever been in. Still the only ones, thank God. But no, I've never done any martial arts before this. So this was very new in every category was new for me.
How did you first find out about this sport?
Our Ohio Ren Fest. Yeah, so the Cincinnati Barbarians, they always were doing the Ohio Ren Fest. We go every year, and so we were watching them. My husband was actually like really into it. He's like, we gotta go watch these people. I'm like, all right, let's go watch. And he got sucked in, and they were luckily like 30 minutes down the road from us, from our home. So he went over, he started practicing with the Barbarians, and he's like, you gotta do this. And I'm like, okay, cool. So then I jumped in and I got hooked, started just branched out and started murking myself out, and just uphill from there.
That's awesome. We were talking with Sean a little bit about the difference between the recruiting in Europe, because they have the history, they have the castles, they have the support of a lot of historic organizations there, and we don't have the same depth of history here,
Correct.
Of course. So we draw from those other areas. Do you find yourself still going back to the Renfest to recruit?
Oh, it's an amazing. I mean, it's Nerd Central 101. That's
Okay.
all we are. What kid didn't want to be a knight growing up, you know? But yeah, Renfest has been one of the best places because, again, we're still trying to get this sport to grow. So you can say, oh yeah, come watch this tournament, but like if they don't know what it is, then as soon as you say it's, you know, people in armor hitting each other's swords, they get excited. But Renfest has been one of the best recruiting places because it's people that are already into that aspect and didn't know that they could actually do this. They know that it was a thing, but they didn't know that it's still a thing. So yeah, people get pumped about it. Actually, one of my best friends that I got from Renfest because they wanted to start fighting. So I've got her now because of Renfest.
Well, I found that one of the only challenges that I've found in trying to get folks to get into the Renfest, get into the sport from the Renfest side, is sometimes they think that it's a choreographed joust, like a lot of the really great shows that occur there. But I think within just a few seconds, it doesn't take long for them to realize that this is not a show.
Yeah,
this is a sport.
I mean, at Renfest, we're obviously having more fun. It's not this. We're having fun. We're goofing around a little bit. We're not aiming to win. We're aiming to have a good time. But that's, and again, one of my favorite things to tell people when they're getting into this, it's you can be a competitive fighter. That's great. You can also just be a fun fighter. Like, that's also fine. If you want to do Renfest, you want to do little shows, that's also fine. You can do a wide scale of whatever in the sport. And that's it. So it fits a bigger dynamic. And then eventually those people are like, I just want to be a Renfest fighter. We're like, that's cool. And then like, I think I want to compete. And we're like, there it is. There it is. You just got to let it grow a little bit. But there it is. But yeah, it's been, Renfest is literally just probably the smartest place to start recruiting people, and it's been the most beneficial for us, especially with Ohio Ren being one of the biggest Ren fests.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Now, in growing the sport, we tend to grow through our friends as well, and I would say that all of us have a huge amount of friends here, some that we've known for years, some that we haven't quite met until maybe later on this evening. Is there anyone that is not at this event that you want to call out and challenge and tell them to come to this event? Maybe they're not fighting in your division. Maybe there's somebody that needs to be here, that needs to be supporting Carnage, and would have a great time.
Honestly, are we going team-wise or just human-wise?
Anybody you want.
Call
them out right there.
I'm going to say, this is going to be a nice call-out. If there are any women, if you guys don't have a team, that's fine. We always need mercs. I've got 3 on my team right now. That team was fighting with 4 women. Crazy. Reach out. You need to come out. You're going to get picked up. You're going to fight. You're going to have a good time. And I say every woman that wants to fight, that has armor, that can fight, you need to get out here and do it. You gotta. You have to. It's no questions asked. It's the best place to come and learn. You're going to love it.
Absolutely. We're glad to have you here. Thank you so much,
Of
Jordan, for
course.
being here. Thanks for joining us at Carolina Carnage, and we'll be back with another interview soon. Thanks again.
Thank you.
And we're back at Carolina Carnage 2025 at the beautiful T. Garrison Arena in Pendleton, South Carolina. And I have with me for our third interview of the day, Clay Thomas. How you doing today, Clay?
I'm good. I'm on a pretty good high right now. We did pretty good and got out of the pool earlier. So good to see you again, as always.
It's good to see you, man.
It's good to run into my old mentor.
So this is Clay Thomas with Bastion. Bastion, where are y'all fighting out of these days?
We're fighting out of South Carolina, closer to the Aiken-Augusta, Georgia border. A lot of us on Bastion were former members of Palmetto Knights. Due to some people like being further away, we ended up like having some training at my house and decided to go with a different team one year. And it's been cool with the training. It was pretty quick trying to get the tabards and the colors ready to go, but it's been good. So the story about it, actually. So a long time ago, I know you remember Kai King with Ordo Draconus. He actually told us when we had like the ACL and everybody was coming back, and he told us to be the last Bastion of H&B. So when it came to the name sake, so this is actually an homage to Kai. So RP was a good mentor to me as well, but I was like, this has to be in the name. We have to keep the moon with Palmetto Knights, so we just inverted it, inversion.
Sure. Well, I know that you've competed all over, but how is it different competing locally, kind of closer to home, not having to travel as far, and seeing teams coming in from other countries, because you fought overseas as well?
I did. I fought at a 2019 Battle of the Nations in Serbia. I like Carnage because it's 2 hours from the house. Our last tournament we just had was up in Baltimore, and I had to work that night, so I actually had to get a last-minute flight to get there and had to have everybody else drive. But it's convenient because, especially for a lot of us who work full-time, being able to come here and then be done, even if you fought on Sunday, and be able to get back, it's great fighting at a local tournament. It just happened to be that Carnage is one of the biggest tournaments in North America altogether, so you're able to see a lot of competition and a lot of good teams just 2 hours away from your house.
Well, the folks we've interviewed so far have talked about the organization of the tournament. For you, it's obviously convenience in addition to that. But what do you think is the thing that keeps bringing the teams from all over the United States here? And
I think it's the organization. Obviously, Larry's been doing this for a long time. Larry has a really big in with being able to get marshal staff help. He's been in the game for a long time. He's got a lot of connections to be able to help make this be the reality that it is today. Because, you remember we fought at ITALK together.
Yep.
What was that, 2017?
It's been a long time.
So we fought there, and we had a heavy metal band. That was it. But we had such a hard time trying to get marshals. The organization was
We were so hard up for marshals here one year, I had to do it.
I remember. So this is, I think, my 8th Carnage in a row. So, but it's grown every time. So being able to see the organization, 2 list fields, you're not staying here till 10 o'clock at night like we used to. So,
Well, I think that there was one year that we were the national qualifier, and then the next year we were maybe
we were the national qualifier for IMCF one year.
That's right. And then there was another year, I believe it's after that we weren't the primary national qualifier.
Right.
And so numbers dipped a little bit.
I think that was California, yeah.
Yeah, they dipped a little bit,
right.
But we still had international teams coming.
For sure.
We still had folks from all over coming to the event to see what we do here. So we saw you fight earlier. I was commenting on the purple and yellow list, so I got to comment on a lot of your fights. What would you say is the biggest challenge that y'all faced earlier in the day? We
had a couple last-minute sub-outs.
Okay.
So Alex Moore subbed out the week of, but he's doing his job being a firefighter, so first responder love,
Amen.
But, we had a last-minute sub. We had a couple armor malfunctions, which we actually ran into last year with one of our better fighters, Dylan. He kept popping rivets left and right, so we lost him for a lot of fights. Our first fight was pretty good. We were pretty solid, went through. Second fight, we lost Mike Goulart really early on. He had an issue with neck protection, so we lost him for the entire fight. So that kind of got in our head a little bit. That was against the Wardens with Ian's team that he's on now. And that was kind of our team that we were looking to, was going to be our biggest challenge for today. So losing that, but overall, it's probably armor is the only issue we've had. Teamwork feels great. So
Good. So where are you going from here in the tournament?
So we lost one round, or we lost one match against. We lost the Wardens. We beat everybody else. We'll be fighting tomorrow. We have Virginia next up on the plate. as well as hopefully Ritterfest. That was a really fun tournament, great venue. Larry was there, helped run it. Awesome venue. You need to show up. I know how much you like beer. Great German beer. Great German beer. But it was ran pretty effective. It was fun. It was kind of lighthearted. Then after that, I think we might try Tower if they run that again, and then maybe Cincinnati, or maybe that was the same. Yeah.
Okay. So, are you looking forward to any other local tournaments? I know that you mentioned. I mean, Ritterfest is kind of.
It's kind of local. It's driving distance for sure. There's one that Larry mentioned. I haven't looked yet, but I'm getting ready to get excited about it. We got a couple things local. We have a Ren Fair, the Atlanta Ren Fair that the Atlanta team actually kind of runs, and we assist them with that. So, if you love to show up, I'd love to see you again out there. But Ren Fair usually is done pretty good, kind of like DragonCon, similar in like recruiting, with being the Southeast and having what used to just be Palmetto Knights now be almost 3 to 4 teams.
Right.
It's kind of difficult to like keep recruitment without like running into people's territory. So.
Well, I mean, when you mentioned territory, we were talking earlier with Sean as well about the teams very much, to me, feel like they branch. Not so much that they, chop a sprig off and start a new tree over here, that it's a branch. And as you have enough people to justify a more local practice in one area versus another. And that building and that diversification of the imagery of different tabards and the points of contact. And when someone goes, oh, well, I can't make it all the way to Columbia, but I can go to Aiken.
Right.
That spreading of the ideals of the sport and the accessibility of the sport, I think, lets it grow even faster. What is something that draws you back to Carnage? Even if this was on the other side of the country, why would you come to this event?
I feel like it's a family reunion every time I come here. I mean, like I said, this is my 8th year. I'm seeing Andrew McCabe. I was a groomsman at his wedding. Everybody on Yaz, like, we love those guys. I fought in Serbia with them as well. Daniel Krug, like, seeing him and being able to pick his brain for stuff like that. I think it's the community building. I think it's obviously the competition, because we've been to tournaments before where we had one team that was better than us, but like everybody else was kind of like a smoke show. They're newer, so they're building up. Because I remember PK, like when I started, I had no idea what I was doing. But it's the level of competition. It's obviously the crowd that it draws, and then seeing what's new each year. I mean, this is some of the biggest attended I've seen in a while. So
now, one last question I have for you: is there anybody, a fighter or a non-fighter, that needs to get involved in the sport? Anybody or more than one person that you would like to call out? Look right there in that camera and tell them they need to be at Carnage.
Danny Wright, I know you're here right now. We've talked about you. He's also a highway patrolman. He's huge. He's super into like the Sweetaboo, Asatru religion. This is your sport. I know you got hit by an 18-wheeler. You're still alive. You can survive this.
Well, we'd love to have you back next year, and I hope everyone that gets challenged this year becomes a competitor or a supporter for next year. Thanks. We're going to be getting started back in about 5 minutes with the afternoon competition for the men's and women's Melee 5s.
I'm really happy you didn't find a shark to throw at me and completely lose my composure.
There's still time. There may even be a whip nearby. Thank you very much, and we'll see you again shortly.
Welcome back to Carolina Carnage. Welcome back to Carolina Carnage. We are starting up the afternoon's fighting. It's the River Sirens versus Ordo Abellos. Ordo on the right-hand side, mainly purple tabards. River Sirens on the left, and they have the orange-black tabards. By the way, Ordo Abellos basically means Order of the Waffle. Yeah, they like waffles. This is women's B-list fighting, and we are watching them go at it right now. We have seen a takedown. I believe the other fighters remain, nope, also sitting, so it's both fighters down. Abellos was taken down, but the River Siren went down with her. Pretty sure that was Daniela with the Ordo, as she has the colored hair. Kind of a giveaway. We have a 4-on-4 going on in the top corner. It really comes down to who gets dragged down to the ground first. I'm sorry, it's a 4-on-3. We have 4 River Sirens still standing. Trying to drag down 2, one of which is very close to the ground right now. There is, it is a 4-1. Fight is over. But 2 of the Ordo Abellos managed to stay standing for a really long time. River Sirens take round 1. We're going to see if Ordo Abellos can bring out some extra fresh fighters to turn the tide here. They have a backfield, extra 3 fighters ready to come to the field. But so does the River Sirens. River Sirens are well set up. They have brought out a fresh fighter, 2 fresh fighters. So we are going to be seeing a new fight with several new members on the field. On your screen, you're seeing Ordo Abellos. They're getting their new fighters checked in, checking those helmets, make sure they're on securely. In the middle, that's Celeste with a 2-handed axe. You don't want to be hit by that. No one wants to be hit by an axe, but a 2-handed axe of that size, you'll notice it's going to hurt. On the other side, we have the River Sirens. River Sirens are showing up more of a grappling team. We're seeing a lot of shield and sword or shield and axe. It's great to have a shield when one of those axes swings at you, but then you can't use a 2-handed weapon. So you tend to have smaller 1-handed weapons that make it easier to grapple with your opponent, hold them still, while one of the axe people comes in and lays in some pain. The battle has started. We have a big takedown, almost happened. Very close. We have a 2-on-2 on the upper rail, 2-on-2 on the lower rail, and we have a brawl going on in the back right corner. Nobody down yet. Ordo is definitely holding strong. Oh, both fighters go down. So it's a 2v2 at this moment. 2 sets of 2v2s, 4 total fighters. One fighter got free. We have a 3-on-2 and a 2-on-1. The 2-on-1 is more likely to get that takedown, but they've dragged a fighter away from the rail. We have a 1-on-1 and 2 2-on-1s happening right now, and the fighter is down. Ordo with a decided advantage at this point. 3-1 in the corner in favor of Ordo, while there's a River Siren versus 1 Ordo on the near rail. Whoever this is with the River Sirens, they are holding tough. They are managing to keep in a squat. There they go. They managed to keep a squat for a long time with 3 people pushing them down. This is now a 4-1, it should be called. They should be calling this. Oh, there's 2. There were 2 standing. There was 1 hidden behind the rail that I couldn't see. There were 2 members still standing. It's a 4-2 right now. So we have 2 2-to-1s happening. Ordo has 2-on-1 situations going. One of them is going to pay off, and there it goes. We are now 4-1. The match is over. So we are tied up. River Sirens 1, Ordo Abellos 1. We are going to go to a 3rd round. This is again where team depth is vitally important, as you can bring in some fresh fighters for that round 3. Making sure that no fighter has to go all 3 rounds all by themselves, unless they need to or want to. Ordo Abellos taking the field again with that large axe, two-handed axe, long-hafted, very heavy blade. We have River Sirens. They have a two-handed axe with a very, very light blade. Now the light blade moves very fast, so it can also get into very small places, which means little gaps can be torturously hit by these small axes. The larger axe hits harder, but it doesn't necessarily fit in the gaps. Round 3 in progress. There goes that big axe. We have a few bonks from small axes. It's those big axes, though, that make the big noise and the big dents. Someone has managed to keep their ground, but we have a fighter down. I believe the other is being called grounded. Yes, they were leaning on the other fighter. When you lean on the other fighter and support your weight on the other fighter, that counts as grounded. Marshals are having a discussion, and apparently they've decided that the fighter is still standing. They've gone to get a weapon. The axe had been pulled down, but not the fighter necessarily. Fighter's back in with a mace, attempting to pull down someone else. So we have a 5 versus 2 right now. Ordo in a commanding lead. It's now 3 versus, and it's over. One fighter still standing. Ordo Abellos wins 2 rounds to 1. As these teams leave the field, we're going to be seeing Ordo Draconus and Rat Pack in the men's division take the field. But a good round of fighting from Ordo Abellos. This is, if you're just tuning in, Carolina Carnage 2025 here at Clemson in the Garrison Arena. Taking on the field, left-hand side, Ordo Draconus. Ordo Draconus is in the green and black. Green diagonal stripe, black surcoat. You see one of the monster choppers out there. A lot of these call these the Romance Chopper, because you see these in the Romance of Alexander manuscript. It is a very large weapon with a beak on the top of it, kind of a mix between an axe and a sword. On the right-hand side, we're looking at the Rat Pack. They are in white with the yellow and black diagonal. They're getting checked in as we speak, and I'm seeing mainly sword and shield out there with one two-handed axe. Again, it's the smaller two-handed axe, the kind that fits into little places and makes lots of pain. In case you're wondering, there are areas you're not allowed to strike. You're not allowed to strike behind the knees. Front of the knees is okay, but not behind. You're not allowed to strike the foot. You're not allowed to strike the base of the neck. And otherwise, it's fair game. Almost anything else can be hit and will be, and hit very hard. No one is holding back here. These are steel weapons. They are not sharp weapons. They're dull. But when I say dull, they're about as dull as a quarter. So imagine an axe blade that has the width of a quarter being hit against you. It would hurt. It would hurt a lot. Fortunately, these people are wearing armor, and the armor does a lot to keep that pain from coming through, but all armor has gaps. And these smaller axe heads are very good at finding those gaps. And when they do, the pain will be incandescent And at that point, someone has to make a gut check and decide whether they're willing to endure that kind of pain in the hopes that their team can prevail, or if they should take a knee and not risk injury. The fight is on. Ordo Draconus versus Rat Pack. Rat Pack comes out hard, charging in. Nice body slam to the back there with a pull, but the Rat Pack is down. Ordo Draconus now has the advantage, 5-4. Rat Pack still maintain their feet. There is that huge chopper coming in, going for arm and leg shots, and the Rat Pack fighter he's down now. Took an Ordo Draconus with him though, so it is 3-2, and that chopper is going back in. 3-2. Chopper is going to town on the back of one of the Rat Pack. Another Rat Pack member is having to get an axe, and during that time, there's a 3-1 advantage, but the other Rat Pack member being on the field keeps it as 2 standing. It's now 3 versus 2. Rat Pack is grabbing weapons and people. He's grabbing by the haft, which you are allowed to do. You just can't grab the blade. But he's been taken to the ground. It is now 3-1. Ordo Draconus wins the bout. It'll be interesting to see. That was a tough fight. It'll be interesting to see what Rat Pack does to adjust their fight. They have 2 people standing by ready to come in, and it looks like they're going to be coming in as axe and shield fighters. Ordo is looking to keep all of their members in. They do not seem to have anyone in reserve waiting and ready to go, though I do see some people seated that could join at any moment. Rat Pack is conferring with their captain. List has been closed. They look to be entirely grappling based today. There is an axe with an open hand, but it's a very short-hafted axe, so that person is looking to grapple more than strike with the axe. It is long enough that you can get two-handed blows in, but it's not as long as most two-handed axes. Kind of gives you a sweet spot between grappling and then throwing in shots that are damaging, but nowhere near as powerful as the long-hafted axes. There's a big blow to the back, one of those two-handed, small-headed axes. Rat Pack member has grabbed the axe and stripped it from the other fighter. The other fighter runs to his side and grabs a new axe. If you lose your weapon, you are not allowed to fight until you have another weapon in your hand. So, team members, we have had a throw, or the Draconus member thrown to the ground, but the Rat Pack member has been told to sit down. I am not sure why. It looked like a well-executed throw. We have a 2-on-1 situation left. It's now 1-on-1. Rat Pack versus Ordo, and it's over. It was a tie. We have no victory after all that energy. I'm telling you, as a fighter, I hate that, because you get exhausted and there's nothing as a result. All right. Teams are reforming again. They're going to have to go into a second fight. a third fight. And that third fight is to find out who gets the second score. It is one-on-one. Who is going to get that second score to make it 2-1? So we're seeing a score put up, but we thought it was a draw. So we're trying to find out what happened there. But we're being shown 1 versus 1 as the official score. All right, they're about to go to another fight, and I am not sure that score is correct. We'll find out in a bit. We in the announcer's booth do not control the actual scores you're seeing on your screen. And that great two-handed cleaver comes in. He does not find an unguarded back. He finds a person ready and able to take him on. He's being grappled now. He's looking for throw, but he doesn't get it. He's thrown to the ground. We have 4 Rat Pack versus 3 Ordo. We have 5 Rat Pack, and it is over. Well, they must have called one of those early, what I thought was a draw. They must have called a victory because the battle is over. Taking the field shortly will be Women's B League Chaos Cryptids versus the Matagots. Matagots are entering in on the right. Chaos Cryptids on the are going to be fighting the Matagots. You're looking at the Matagots right now. They're dressed predominantly in white.
Our next fight in the red and blue list, coming to the red cage.
So the Chaos Cryptids are on the left-hand side. They are in the red and black check pattern. About to fight against the Matagots. fight is on. We have 3 1v1s on the top and 2 1vs on the bottom. We've just seen 1 taken down, 2 taken down. The Matagots have taken charge of this. Matagots taking down, they've just taken down a Chaos Cryptid. That leaves, I believe that leaves a 3v1. Marshals have stopped fighting. Matagots having won round 1. Taking the field again, we have some new fighters on the field. Chaos Cryptids are also making substitutions. So I've learned a little bit about the Matagot. The Matagot is apparently, it's a French term for a black cat, which is the symbol they have on their surcoats. So we're looking at the team Matagot. Matagot versus Chaos Cryptids. Chaos Cryptids are on the left-hand side of the field, and they're coming out to fight the Matagot. Tentative combat on the top, couple axe blows thrown in there, quickly driving off the axe fighter before they could just take some more selective damage. We have a pull, that was well thrown. Matagot throwing one of the Chaos Cryptids to the ground by using that axe as a lever and ripping them off their feet. Fighters are supposed to remain on the ground and non-moving. Part of the reason why, unless there's some injury involved, part of the reason why is they become trip hazards, and other fighters will maneuver a fighter over a grounded fighter to make them trip and fall. Big axe blows happening in the corner there. One of the Matagot throwing in and grappling with the axe. There was a hold called due to the axe haft being too near the neck. The axe was moved and the fighter has been tripped and has fallen. Matagot now having a decisive advantage. I believe it's been called, as there are 4 Matagot standing, 1 Chaos Cryptid.
And Matagot takes the match.
That's it then. Matagot win and are leaving the field. So according to the lineup, we're about to have the Chaos Cryptids again having to fight the River Sirens. Pretty tough for the Chaos Cryptids to have to fight 2 in a row in such short order, but apparently that's how the lineup is working today. Chaos Cryptids having to take the field again in very short order. As you know, there is a second broadcast happening on a separate stream. That is going to be the upper field, the field that you can see in the top of your screen in our wide shot. And the only way we can do these properly is have 2 separate streams with 2 separate announcers and 2 separate switching systems so that we can actually show you everything we need to show you. Obviously a bit of a hold going on right now. We're waiting, probably giving a little rest to the Chaos Cryptids. Seeing the River Sirens come to the field. They are in the orange and black tabards. River Sirens are from the Ohio area. We had an interview with one of their team members earlier today. The Chaos Cryptids are from the Detroit, Michigan area. You're looking at the side where the River Sirens will be entering, so you can see them kind of in the back. Again, orange and black tabards. Chaos Cryptids looking, they are still in armor, so they will be taking the field, but there's some kind of discussion going on between the captain of the Chaos Cryptids and the event staff. Quite a bit of a pause going on here. So you obviously have our sister channel to go to where we're watching it on the upper field. One of the Carolina teams fighting against what could be a New York team. Hard to tell, they are very far away from me. So it was the Awesome Possums and the Berserkers fighting in the top arena, and if you were watching that on our sister stream, it was probably exciting. We don't know why we're waiting down below here. There's clearly a discussion going on between team captains with the people running the tournament. If you need to find those streams, they're pinned in the comments. So look at the comments section. And you're going to find all the streams pinned and ready and waiting for you to go. Well, I'm seeing some Chaos Cryptids now entering the field on the left-hand side. On the right, we are beginning to see the River Sirens also take the field. I'm seeing a very large, long-handed axe in the very center there. Someone posing with a heart. And that's a kind of a strange heart coming from someone with an axe almost as tall as they are, because that will generate intense amounts of pain. I love that. I love that pain. I love it. Inspections are happening right now. People are checking to make sure their helmets are strapped on, both chin strap and the back strap. Also making sure everyone's armor is cinched down properly. If people were to be unarmored out here, they would be severely injured. These are very nasty weapons. Even if they're dull, you can still easily break, shatter cinder blocks with these weapons. You don't want to be hit on a bone or on a muscled area with one of these things. They will cause very intense bruising, probably break the bones underneath. I've experienced that. It's no fun. The armor these people are wearing is medieval style armor. It has to be authentic to the medieval era. They're predominantly made out of spring steel metal armor. Spring steel was first developed during the later portion of the 100 Years' War in the 1400s. And it was armor that was so capable of taking blows that it became almost impossible at that time to kill a man through his armor. Later on, larger weapons were developed that were capable of doing so, but a simple sword couldn't cut through this armor. They're fighting each other now. We have that axe being used as a lever. We've ripped one fighter to the ground. Another's probably following shortly. And there they go. And the huge advantage right now to the River Sirens is they've already taken down 2 Chaos Cryptids. Here, there goes number 3. It is 5-2. 5-2. It's definitely a win for the River Sirens. End up winning the fight with 5 standing. Sorry, 4 standing. So they did lose 1 fighter. River Sirens take round 1. Chaos Cryptids are going to see if they can answer that with something. A change in lineup, change in weapons. They need to figure out some way to deal with these axe people coming behind them, grabbing them and throwing them to the ground with the leverage you can generate with one of those axes held two-handed. Part of why this really works so well is a helmet is heavy. They're relatively thick pieces of armor because they have to be. By virtue of that, you're wearing on top of your head an additional 20 pounds of weight, 20 or more. That makes you very top heavy. So when someone takes their axe handle over your head and applies the leverage that they can get, it's very hard to keep your feet. Usually your best opportunity is to turn and crouch, bringing your center of gravity lower. But if you try to remain tall, you will be wrenched to the ground. Teams are getting ready to fight their second round. We're going to see if the Chaos Cryptids can turn the tables and come back against the River Sirens. Chaos Cryptids have one two-hander. The rest are grapplers. Oh, sorry, they have 2. But none of them are as long-hafted as that center member of the River Sirens. There goes that blow, that long-handed axe. We have our first throw. River Sirens now 5-4. Attempting to bring over the top for that leverage. There's number 2. 2 people down. It is 5-3. Five to 3. One of the Chaos Cryptids is holding off 2. Doing a very good job, but we just lost another one. There are only 2 left, which means they can get 3 on 1, and it is over. Working their way down the line, using leverage to throw people down, the River Sirens have won the second fight, losing no one. Very commanding and convincing finish for the River Sirens. As River Sirens and Chaos Cryptids leave the field, we're going to be seeing men's Tier 1 teams Iron Lions Vanguard and Company of the Pale Horse take the field. Iron Lions Vanguard, they're from the Northern Virginia area. They're taking the field on the left-hand side, white and black tabards with the lions on them. Company of the Pale Horse, relatively new team. Coming up on the right-hand side of the field, dressed in black and gray. On the right-hand side, you can see Company of the Pale Horse. We have that huge chopping weapon. That's a very, very heavy blade. In all intents and purposes, it's a really long axe blade with a handle on it. It has intense power. On the left-hand side, the Iron Lions Vanguard. They're set up predominantly as grapplers, weapon and shield, some short hafted axes, and one two-handed axe. Iron Lions Vanguard are pressing hard in and pushing into the Company of the Pale Horse. Company of the Pale Horse is going into corners. They're well supported and are fighting in the top. Nice attempt by Vanguard, trying to take down that huge chopper. Using some good field awareness, Company of the Pale Horse are setting themselves up back to back so that they can watch each other and make sure no one gets behind them. Vanguard attempting to snipe at them from the sides, but they're not able to get any surprise hits. We have two one-on-one grapples happening in the far right corner, and one pair just fell down. And we've had another pull down with a Company of the Pale Horse standing. That means it's 3-2 in favor of Company of the Pale Horse. Another Iron Lion down, that makes it 3-1. The fight is stopped. The reason fights are stopped at 3-1 is because it is virtually impossible for one person to prevail against three. But if that fighter is very, very stubborn, it almost always ends up in an injury. So at 3-1, we stop the fight to keep it from becoming an inevitable injury. Company of the Pale Horse has won round one. Iron Lions are going to rearrange their team, see if they come out with a different mix of weapons to deal with Company of the Pale Horse. Iron Lions Vanguard showing up with one of the longer axes. This is a long two-handed axe with a very small head on it. Again, very good at getting into small places. But Company the Pale Horse showing up with 3 long-hafted weapons, 2 long-hafted axes, and 1 halberd. Fighters are eyeing each other up. They're looking to see who gets that first set of grapples and immobilizes someone for one of those long-hafted weapons to hit. We have a tug of war on axes where they're trying to yank axes out of each other's hands. They're ending up in a grapple. No one falling. Amazing that that Iron Lions Vanguard member managed to keep his feet, but his shoulder has been ripped off. As soon as the marshal notices it, they'll stop it. He's been taken to the ground anyway. So we have 5 Company the Pale Horse standing against 4 Iron Lions Vanguard. Iron Lions are gathered in the corner where they're best protected from being flanked, but they're being chopped mercilessly. Broken haft on 1 battle axe. Iron Lion is trying to keep him from getting another weapon. Unfortunately, Company the Pale Horse has an extra. If he can get him to the ground, fight has been stopped, and I don't know why. Looks like there was only 1 Iron Lion still standing, so it was 4 versus 1. Order of the Pale Horse wins 2-0. We're having a long day of fighting here. We are almost halfway through all the bouts that are scheduled for today. That was match 28 of 61 scheduled bouts. So earlier there was a fight that had a strange conclusion. That fight was between Ordo, Draconus, and Rat Pack. That fight is now about to happen again. They are refighting as the first results were negated. We thought there was something strange with that fight. We were right. So they're now refighting this. Ordo Draconus is on the left with 1 win. Rat Pack is on the right with 1 win. Whoever wins this wins that round. They did have a tie score earlier today, and so now they're having to refight. This is going to be round 1. They seem to be starting from scratch, so they have to win 2 out of 3, as if they had never fought before. Fighters are coming out. The Rat Pack is in white, Ordo Draconus in green and black. Huge jump and drive, managing to drive someone to the ground. We have a downed Ordo Draconus in the corner. Rat Pack has the advantage. Looks like another Ordo is just hovering off of the ground. He will be down shortly as he's almost suspended in air by leg grappling his opponent. He is down. We have all 5 Rat Pack. There's an axe laying into an Ordo member. He will need to drop, and he does. It is over. Rat Pack with a commanding victory, 5-0 over Ordo Draconus. Ordo Draconus, as I mentioned earlier, is not a mild team. They are a very tough team. So that was an amazing performance from the Rat Pack. So that was the tie-breaking fight of the earlier fight. That round of fights is over. The Rat Pack actually won. 2 of those fights had happened earlier today, and one of them had been a draw. So now it is an actual victory for the Rat Pack. Coming to the field, Ordo Abellos versus the Matagot. Probably Matagot. I'm going to guess it's Matagot. So I believe Matagot is basically French for black cat. We are seeing black cats on their shield emblem, so I think it's a pretty good guess. Ordo Abellos is golden waffles. That's obviously the Latin word for Abellos is not necessarily meaning waffle, but it's descriptive. Women's B, Ordo Abellos in the purple versus the Matagot in the white with the black cats. Teams are looking to who will get into the backfield and who will guard against that backfield. We have the Matagot on the inside. I really need to find out how that's pronounced. I'm pretty sure it's French, but I'm not certain. We have an Ordo member on the ground. We had a pile falling on the ground. Oh, a punch that turned into a fallen member of Matagot. So in French folklore, Matagot is a type of evil black cat, a spirit cat, or magician's cat. Piece of French folklore. Ordo Abellos, having won that first fight, is gathering on their side, trading out some fighters. Matagot are on the right, and they're making their final decisions lineup-wise as we speak. We're waiting for a fighter to get inspected. Will be entering the field as a new fighter. That new fighter is on the field now. Tall with a two-handed axe, bellows face visor on their helmet. Helmets are interesting here. Most of the helmets you see are of a closed visor style, as in you can only see eye slits and breath holes. But you'll also see some helmets where you can see the face inside. Those are commonly called wolf rib helmets. Relatively rare in medieval times because you can get killed through a sharp pointy bit that goes through the face, but as we're not allowed to have short pointy bits here, they're a relatively safe helmet for this type of tournament fighting. They did actually exist, they were just rare on a battlefield. There's a fighter being pulled to the ground in the back corner here. One of the Matagot is being yanked on by two fighters, one of which has their weapon, is attempting to strip the weapon from the fighter. When that happens, that fighter will be disarmed and not able to fight anymore. One of the Matagot is on the ground. The rest of Ordo all still standing, attempting to pull some more over. Oh, one of Ordo just fell. So we're back to 4-on-4 with one of the Matagot having to get a new weapon. He chooses a very large axe and is intending to use it to strike and rip from behind. Hard strike to the head, two of them. The other axe fighter has interceded to make sure no more of that happens. In the bottom side, we have a 1-on-1, and in the top, we have a tangle. We have essentially 3-on-2. Oh, Matagot managed to slip. Ordo falls to the ground. It's 2-on-2 on the top, but another Matagot just fell. It's back to 3 versus 2. Three versus 2. Another one just fell down. It was a member of Ordo, as does a Matagot. It's 2-1 now. Two fighters, one already grappled. Here is the axe being used as leverage, trying to pull her over. And everyone falls. Nobody wins. A lot of energy for no result. That was a tie. Once again, when a fighter is on the ground, they are out of the combat. It doesn't matter how they went to the ground. They could just sit down, they could fall down because they tripped, or they can be thrown to the ground. If they fall down, they're on the ground, 3 points on the ground, and they are out. When I say 3 points, that means if I lean on a knee, I'm out. If I use a weapon as a third point to bear weight, I'm out. Basically, if there are 3 points holding me up, I'm supported by the ground by 3 points, I'm grounded. It's a gray zone to catch all of those, so don't expect marshals to be perfect and see it every single time. They're not able to see the entire scene at once. They're only able to see what they're looking at. So rule change from what I used to do. You are allowed to use the haft of a weapon to balance yourself on the ground. So you are allowed to put weight on that haft and keep yourself from falling. So the organization here is Buhurt International, and everyone's rules are a little bit different. The rules I was fighting under were Battle of the Nations rules, or HMB. And in HMB, you were not allowed to lean on a weapon against the ground. That counted. But apparently here you can lean on a weapon, which I think is better. You can use the weapon to keep yourself from being driven to the ground briefly. We have our first contact in the bottom corner. And everyone has found their fight. We have our first, a helmet has come off. That person will be shuffled off of the field and not having to stop combat. We have an advantage, Matagot 5-4. Five to 4, we have 2 grapples happening in the middle, and we have a 2-1 in the corner. I'm seeing 2 Ordo now down. All Matagot are standing. That makes it 5-3. Axes are being thrown into this one fighter who is having to deal up. It's now 5-2. This is one of those situations where you need to make a decision, and it's been done. There was an armor failure. That fighter was grounded. It is still 4-2 due to an armor failure on a Matagot fighter. Two fighters down in the corner. We are now down to a 3-1 situation, and the fight is called. Matagot wins 3-1. So they've won the second round. We're going to have to go to a round 3. So there was a draw in there, of course. That one, no one won. We've had 1 win by Ordo, 1 win by Matagot, and 1 draw. So they're going to have a 4th fight to see who wins the second fight, who gets 2 fights. So fighters are getting a little bit of air now. When I talk about those closed face helmets, it's harder to breathe in a closed face helmet. That's one of the reasons why the wolf rib style helmets are more popular. The wolf rib helmet allows a lot more air in. You can also see a lot more. It was rarely used in combat because a lot more things could get into it. More commonly you would have a visor that lifted up so that you could get air when you needed it. Then you would throw your visor down when combat got heavy, because you don't want any arrow ruining your day. Certainly a lance or spear would make you pretty miserable unless you had a closed face. So on the right-hand side of the list, you can see a fighter with her helmet open. She's getting a lot of air, she's getting a lot of breath. She's going to take advantage of that, but when it comes time to close to combat, she'll flip her visor down, be fully protected. The type of helmet she's wearing is often called a frog face, or it might be a form of sugarloaf helmet. Regardless, it has a visor that closes and keeps her safe while fighting. You can also see right next to the opening the so-called wolf's rib helmet. That's the helmet that has bars over the face, a lot of breathing, a lot of breath, but you're open to more risks because things can get in through those bars and cause injury. If there is another draw in this fight, as they go into their fourth fight, if there's a second draw, a not often used rule will come into play called the Champions Fight. Champions Fight has both sets of competitors fighting in the middle of the list, and there is no time limit. You cannot touch the barrier in any way, shape, or form. Whoever wins that fight is the immediate victor. If you touch the barrier, you're a loser. Very, very different kind of fight. So, in essence, the barrier becomes the ground. And if you're shoved into a barrier, you've been grounded and you're out of the fight. It's a very different form of fight, but it's meant to get a conclusion when you've had multiple draws. I was personally in a combat years ago where we had 3 draws and that rule didn't exist, so we had to fight 5 times and it was miserable. We're about to see a first throw down. We have a fighter in good position with the axe for leverage. The other fighter is managing to drive it off. Well done. The Matagot fighter looked to be in a very, very bad position. Managed to get out of it. And has now reversed the tables. Has managed to get the same kind of hook. We have first fighter grounded. The second one was also grounded, so both an Ordo and a Matagot on the ground. I've seen a weapon drop, and they're closely followed by the fighter, but both fighters fell. So I'm seeing 3 versus 3 on this field. Ordo gets into it quicker, but left someone standing. Matagot capitalizes. It is now 3-2. And it's now 2-1. They made a mistake and did not stop the fight. It's 2-1. They put flags in, which they shouldn't have, as 2-1 is a continued fight. And it's over, and it was a draw. Everyone fell down. We are going to have this bizarre fight I was telling you about earlier. They're going to have to go to this strange form of fight where the rails are ground. So if we were correct, the marshals are discussing it right now. They are going to gather all the fighters in the center of the field in a compact mass. Actually, each team is going to choose a fighter. There'll be 2 fighters in the center. They will be fighting. If one of those fighters is driven to the side and touches the rail, it's over. If that fighter is thrown to the ground, it's over. 2 fighters fighting it out to determine who wins in this last of 5 fights to end this tie of 1 versus 1 despite 4 fights fought. I've actually never seen this happen before. I'm going to be eager to see it. If it is, we'll try to focus in on those 2 fighters, as there's no reason to watch anything else. It's going to be interesting to see what weapon combination goes out there. Do you go out there all in with just a single long-hafted axe? Or do you go in there with a shield so you can take some punishment? I think they're now explaining to the fighters what's about to happen. I don't know why there's 5 fighters on the right-hand side of the field. Almost certainly none of these fighters have been in this situation before. It looks like they're not going to this format of fight. It looks like they're going to bring out all 5 fighters. It looks like they're going to fight as a 5v5. It's normally supposed to be champion fight rules, but they're not doing it. They're going to another full fight. And it has started. Matagot quickly takes field position. Ordo in a corner. First one has fallen. 1 Ordo down. Matagot 5-4 advantage. Driving to the rails. We still have Ordo trying to make a comeback here. Big axe blow. Flags are down, probably due to an injury. We're trying to find out what happened. So there's some kind of marshals discussion going on in the corner. I'm assuming that someone had an infraction due to leaning. I'm not sure. We're waiting to find out. Well, teams are leaving the field. Teams are leaving the field. Matagot are the winners. I'm assuming something happened in the corner there. I'm not aware what it was.
After time ran out.
So we have Kinyaz USA taking the left-hand side of the field. They are the black American flag on the shoulder, sunburst. They are a brother unit of Kinyaz from Ukraine. On the right-hand side of the field, we have the North Blood. North Blood is a group of fighters that have teamed together. A lot of them are from Texas, but some are not. There are several teams that have banded together to make a larger team, the North Blood. Teams have been inspected, and we're getting ready to start this fight. Kinyaz USA versus North Blood. North Blood have some Canadian members on their team and also some Texas members. I see in the bottom left-hand corner a Skalgrim shield. That's one of the Canadian teams. But I also see one in the top right. And, of course, a Texas shield. Kinyaz, all easy to identify, the American flag on the right-hand shoulder. Everyone's looking to see who is going to make that first jump, to see who tries to get a temporary 3 or 2-to-1 advantage. Those two center fighters are mirroring each other, walking and making sure no one gets some free shots. That top right-hand side, that shield that's black with a yellow boat on it, that's a Skalgrim shield. That's a Canadian team. Skalgrims and some Texas fighters forming together a team called North Blood. Nice throw to the ground. Kinyaz managed to kick one of the North Blood to the ground. That's giving them the advantage, 5-4. Big shots coming in right now. Kinyaz using their advantage to get an Axeman in with some free shots. But right now, North Blood is holding their own. One breaks out, is desperately trying to take away that Axeman, so he's no longer able to take those free shots. He's been bound up. That's the idea here, to get binds on fighters so an Axeman can come in and take some free shots to some open spots. And there we go. You're seeing it happen. He just found an opportunity. He's come in, but he has not been able to take advantage. North Blood are successfully keeping their backs to rails to keep them from being open to the back. Kinyaz has dragged North Blood out into the open. He is fighting to get back to that rail where he'll have a protected back, and has managed to do it. Kinyaz hitting the side with an axe. We've now had to throw over a down body. As I mentioned earlier, down bodies are important because they become trip hazards that you can use to throw someone down. We have 5 Kinyaz standing against 3 North Blood. It's going to be very hard to win this for North Blood. Axe coming in to the side. He's trying for the hip or the back thigh. Those are areas that are very hard to armor. The hip usually has a hinge area that's available to be struck, and then the back of the thigh often doesn't have a very good guard on it. Kenya's fighter trying to shove, and the Northblood fighter very successfully steps over the bodies without being tripped by it. It is apparently now a win for Kenya's USA, who managed to take out the other remaining Northblood fighter. Kenya's USA with a very decisive win against Northblood, but it was a very, very hard fight. Teams are reorganizing right now. Northblood is, I believe they're having a discussion with the marshal. They're having an issue with something that happened on the field. We'll see if anything comes of that. Closing the barriers now. Northblood has a new member on the field. He's being checked over as we speak. It is looking like they're checking his assignment strap, and looks like he's good to go. Kenya is ready to go on the left, Northblood on the right. We're advancing now. We have two members of Northblood with the Texas shields on the top right-hand corner, and it looks to be three Skalgrims on the lower rail with one in the center. Kenya is advancing, supported on the rails. They're supporting their flanks. They've got their center person open and available. He's looking to drop that axe in. A swing and a miss. He knew he only had one shot before the other Northblood would jump on top of him. Northblood is watching him closely. He doesn't want him getting those free axe shots in. He's looking to block those axe shots with his shield. Successfully done. Kenyaz coming back in, yet again, blocked by the shield. Up, he managed to hit a shoulder. He's choosing some spots. Northblood is doing a very good job of guarding those vulnerable spots with those shields. One of the great advantages, we have a member of Northblood shoved down in the corner. Kenyaz, 5 versus 4 Northblood. Kenyaz takes down another fighter. That makes it 5-3, and now it's over. Kenyaz, again, very decisive win against Northblood. I believe Northblood was composed of 2 warlords from Texas and 3 Skalgrims from Canada. Coming up next, we have women's B Chaos Cryptids on the left in the red and black versus Ordo Abellos on the right in purple. Chaos Cryptids are mainly from Michigan and Cincinnati, Ohio. They live close enough to each other that they can actually operate as a team and practice as a team. The Ordo Abellos is a series of fighters from the eastern area of the United States, but they live further apart and do not practice as a team normally. Ordo Abellos, the Order of the Waffle. Mostly from the East Coast, as I mentioned earlier, but they have people scattered all over the place. They're essentially kind of a women's super team that's been gathered together to make the Order of the Golden Waffle. Chaos Cryptids, centered in Michigan and Ohio again. They're a team that actually fights and spars together normally. There are not too many teams in the United States, women's teams, that get to do that. There's some in Texas and there's some in New Hampshire. It's a rarity, though, to have that many together who can fight consistently together. We have had one Ordo member rip a Chaos Cryptid to the ground using their axe as a lever. And we're looking to see a Chaos hopefully push. Nope, they didn't get a chance. There's now 2-1. They're leveraging that Chaos Cryptid over a body, making it very hard to maintain stance, and she's down. 2 Chaos Cryptids, 3 Chaos Cryptids down. Ordo commanding this. Marshals are discussing this because it looks like we have a 4-1. Should be over. And it is. Ordo Abellos wins 4-1. So they win the first match. Round 1 going to Ordo Abellos. The teams are going to have to get ready to fight again. Chaos Cryptids have someone in reserve that I think they're going to trade in. Ordo has also traded in someone. They are bringing in Danielle, who is being checked with her equipment right now. Danielle I can recognize because she has the colored hair, and it's very easy to figure out when someone has that many colored hairs coming out of their helmet. When I say colored hairs, I mean all colors of the rainbow. There we see Ordo. Danielle is standing actually right in the very center. She's probably going to be doing the center post today. And as you can see, we have that long hair coming out of the mantle. That's why I can identify her. On the left-hand side, Chaos Cryptids. They're looking to field two-handed axe and 3 grappler styles, which is the short axe with shield. Really hard strike there just happening in the middle. Back corner now as we are attempting to have a rip to the ground. We have had one Ordo taken to the ground by Chaos Cryptid. Chaos Cryptids, there's been a hold called. And combat resumes. They're looking to get that advantage now. They need to take this advantage. Striking the helmet, bad choice. Start striking something more exposed than the helmet. There we go, striking to a shoulder, that's a softer target, much more likely to get a response from somebody. You can strike me in the head with a small axe all day long. If I've got a good helmet, I can ignore it. Striking now to the corner of the hip, that's a much more viable target. It's much harder to protect the corner of the hip because it needs such a degree of motion. It's hard to armor. We have 3 Ordo Abellos standing versus 2 Chaos Cryptids. Chaos member is trying to take out the leg of a Chaos Cryptid, sweeping the leg and pulling with the axe. Now trying on another fighter as the first fighter wasn't falling down. Trying to lean body weight down 2 to 1, and it works. They've taken down a fighter. It is now a 2 to 1 fight. 2 to 1. This will go to the end. It will have to be a Chaos Cryptid pulled down, or perhaps managing to even the odds by getting one of the Abellos to fall. Abellos grappled. That second fighter needs to start dropping some shots in. They need to successfully drop shots in to a shoulder or a hip. They're hooking and trying to draw them down. Do not hook your own fighter. There you go. The Chaos Cryptid is lowering her head to keep it from being an easy to grapple target, so that axe cannot get around it. Also holding on to the other axe of the Ordo Abellos so that that fighter cannot swing that axe into her. It's doing a very good job of maintaining a position where they're not able to get an easy takedown by weapon strikes or by pulling. Now bent over double, they are going to lean their weight on that fighter and try to pull that fighter away from the corner so they have no more support. They've called a stop fight, and they're clearing the corner, probably due to the neck of the fighter being exposed. They are now starting the fight again. And both fighters are now trying to grapple and pull down that stubborn. Oh, amazing! The Chaos Cryptid managed to lean down and slip both Abello fighters who were pulling with all their weight and therefore were unsupported when the prop, the Chaos Cryptid, left them with nothing to lean on. Amazing win for Chaos Cryptid. That ties up the fight. It's going to go to a round 3. One of the dangers of putting all your weight on a fighter to try to pull them on the ground is if that fighter can slip out from underneath your weight, you're now falling to the ground because that fighter was the prop that kept you from falling. And that just happened to 2 fighters. Sweet move. That is a huge victory for Chaos Cryptids, who are looking in really dire straits for most of that fight. Amazing. It's going to be interesting to see what Ordo does. I think they're going to be bringing out more axes, two-handed axes. And they're going to win by inflicting a little more pain this time. Chaos Cryptids look to be fielding two-handed axes and 3 sword and shield fighters. Nope, 4 sword and shield fighters. Or I should say axe and shield. We have 1 center using a two-handed axe, and then we have 4 axe and shield fighters. So Chaos Cryptids are looking to grapple a lot. On the other side, Ordo Abellos. Ordo Abellos is looking to have gone heavy with the two-handed axes. I am seeing 1 shield and axe, and actually that person with a buckler is holding a very large two-handed axe. So they have gone with the heavy weapons. They're going all out with two-handed axes. They're looking to end this quickly by ripping people to the ground or hitting them hard enough that they just don't want to be there anymore. We essentially have 2 scrums happening right now. We had a Chaos Cryptid pull to the ground. They had a 2-on-1. 2 Ordos are now joining in. It is 5-4. Ordo looking to make those axe binds and pull people to the ground using leverage. 2 more down, an Ordo and a Chaos Cryptid. And we have a trip happening, and a Chaos Cryptid is down. It is now 4-1. Ordo Abellos wins. Ordo Abellos, 2-1, wins this match. When those 2 teams clear the field, we'll be seeing Kinyaz, USA, and Iron Lions Vanguard take the field for men's 5v5. Kinyaz, USA will be taking the field on the left-hand side. Iron Lions Vanguard will be taking the field on the right-hand side, the blue list side. Kinyaz coming to the field on the left in their distinctive American flag shoulder Kinyaz uniforms. Kinyaz uniforms are recognized worldwide for that sunburst that you can see on a black tabard. They also have that zigzag dag fringe. On the right-hand side of the field, we have Iron Lions Vanguard in the field. They're having their weapons checked. Iron Lions with the distinctive white and black checked tabards with lions in red and gold embroidered on their tabards. Possibly one of the most distinctive tabards on the field. We see axe and shield, and we have 1 fighter with a weapon called a falchion. A falchion is a sword that's much heavier than a regular sword. It only has 1 edge. It's essentially a very, very long-bladed axe with a handle. As you can see, these people are old friends. They're old friends about to do horrible violence upon each other. That is the mystery of Buhurt. Friends who are willing to just hurt each other. horribly and then laugh about it later, some with casts on while drinking a beer. Iron Lions Vanguard using a rail technique where they are anchoring their flanks in the rails while their centers are open to maneuver. Kinyaz is quickly gaining the fast maneuver and slams into the back, drawing an Iron Lion to the ground. We have 2 Iron Lions to the ground. Kinyaz with an early advantage. 2 more fighters on the ground. It is 3-4 Kinyaz versus 2 Iron Lions. Iron Lion, stripped of his weapon, is now on the ground. It is 4-1. Kinyaz has won. Kinyaz USA is 1 round 1 versus Iron Lions Vanguard. It'll be interesting to see if Iron Lion Vanguard responds with a different toolkit. They have other fighters in reserve, as does Kinyaz. Kinyaz is changing out 3 fighters. 3 fresh new fighters coming in for Kinyaz. Iron Lions did not change up their membership that much. They, I think, only brought in 1 new person. Kinyaz had 3 people roll in. Kinyaz maintaining that center position with the 2-handed axe. Iron Lions needs to come up with some kind of answer to what just happened. At a guess, they're going to maintain more of their own field. In other words, not go too deep, not letting Kinyaz go into their backfield too deep. One Iron Lion down. Kinyaz is now circling in, and there's an Iron Lion, second Iron Lion down, and Kinyaz has got a free person in the backfield. Always bad. 4th Iron Lion down. It is over. Kinyaz USA with a very, very decisive second win wins this match 2-1, 2-0. Kinyaz USA, again, not a very, very old team, but a very, very powerful team. They've been around for a few years. They branched off of some Ukrainian team, the original team Kinyaz, and learned quite a bit from that Ukrainian team. The Ukrainian team having been in the sport much longer than any U.S. team. We have 2 new teams taking the field. The River Sirens on the left-hand side. River Sirens are in orange and black versus the Matagot on the right in white with the Black Cats on the tabard. So we have our Black Cats, the evil Black Cats, the Matagot, again from French folklore. On the right-hand side, they are in white. We have a two-handed axe in the middle, very long-handed two-handed axe. Another two-handed axes on the far side. So they're going very, very heavy with the two-handed axes. And then two grapplers with the shield and either an axe or a sword. Meanwhile, the River Sirens, they're going with a large two-handed axe in the middle, and then four grapplers, four shield and weapon fighters. Combat has started. Oh, we had a near fall, but so far nothing has happened. Oh, one of the Matagot is down. River Sirens now 5 versus 4 have the advantage. Grappling in the middle, a very tough match, both trying to throw each other. Various attempts at a kind of a judo throw. You'll see a hip turned in, and there it goes. You saw the back foot used to plant the other person's foot, and a trip. And I don't believe that fighter should have been sat down. But they've been sat down. So we have essentially an even fight. I'm sorry, it is not even remotely even. It is 4-2. 4 of the River Sirens versus 2 Matagot. Another Matagot down, the fight is over. 4-1. Fight is called. River Sirens. First round goes to River Sirens. Again, it's hard for marshalling to make a lot of these calls. It looked to me like a successful throw. I'm guessing that they decided there was some form of grounding that happened that I didn't see, in which case the other fighter was called grounded. All right, we have our fighters' second round starting. Matagot are advancing well past the middle. River Sirens are being reserved. Matagot are going in very aggressively, getting into the backfield, trying to get, and we have the first Matagot down, along with the River Siren, and a second and a third, where their bodies falling all over the place. We have 3 standing Matagot versus 2 River Sirens. Looks like their strategy is successful. They have successfully grappled with the axe. They're looking to pull that River Siren off the rail and down to the ground. Marshals are addressing a possible exposed neck, but the fight continues, and River Siren thrown to the ground. The Matagot win. That makes 2-1. Matagot have taken the match. As those 2 teams clear the field, we'll be seeing Ordo, Draconus, and Northblood coming up for another round. Sorry, that's Rat Pack versus Dominus coming up for another round. Okay, apparently they're having to do a refight. I don't know why. There might have been a martial call due to some kind of action, but they are fighting again. We're going to be seeing another Matagot versus River Sirens fight. So there's a discussion going on at the far end there. I see Spencer Sybeck talking to the head marshal, obviously having a complaint about something. I don't know what it is. Spencer Sybeck is normally with the Tidewater Dogs out of Virginia, and she is commanding Ordo or Abellos, I believe, today. All right, they're coming back in to fight again. River Sirens versus Matagot. Matagot? I really need to know. We have a Matagot and a River Siren down. So we're essentially fighting at an even 4 versus 4. Into the corner, they are dragging and successfully putting down a River Siren, using bodies to make a fall happen. Matagot are now 4 versus 3. They're ripping another River Siren down successfully. It is now 4-2. 4-2, looking to get between the two one-on-ones, and it has happened. Fight is over. 4-1. Matagot has won. All right, those teams are leaving the field, so we should be seeing 2 new teams take the field as originally expected. We have the Rat Pack taking the field on the left-hand side. They are in white with the yellow-black stripe. On the right-hand side, the blue is Dominus. Dominus will be fighting the Rat Pack. Dominus is showing up with a really, really big, long axe. That has got to be as tall as the person wearing it. Not as tall as I thought. They also have one of the falchions. If you'll look, there is a fighter with a sword that has a pointed beak on it. That's a form of falchion that really inflicts a lot of pain because that point concentrates all of the force on one spot. All right, our teams are prepared and the fight is on. So that axe in the middle is a very heavy axe. It's got a heavy hammer on the back. That hammer adds a lot of weight to the strike. So when it hits, it makes dents. It is something you do not want to be struck by. And everyone is doing the best they can to keep that from happening. First fighter is down. Dominus has thrown a Rat Pack member. Then 2 more fighters down. I am seeing 4 Dominus standing. It is over. Dominus takes round 1. Rat Pack is going to have to figure out how to respond to that. So there on the right side, you see that hammer with a small shield. That is an axe that has a hammer on the back. That hammer adds a lot of weight to that axe. It doesn't throw fast, it doesn't respond fast, but it hits with a ton of power. You do not want to be hit by something like that. You will see everyone doing what they can to keep that from hitting them. And there he goes. He's in the backfield, the worst place you want him to be, because then he can get an exposed back to throw against. He's been successfully grappled. 2-on-1, 2-2 now. Even fight so far. A throw attempt thwarted in the top right. 2-on-2 in the corner on the far left. 2-on-2 on the rail on the near side. The Rat Pack has broken out and is trying to change the odds. No one has fallen yet. They're 2 fighters down, Dominus and a Rat Pack, so it's a 4-4. We've just watched another Rat Pack fall, and it's over like that. Once the Dominos start to fall, it's fast. Dominus wins this match 2-0. All right, as the teams leave, we're going to have Ordo Draconus fighting against Northblood in Tier 1 men's 5v5s coming up. And you're looking at Northblood on the right-hand side of the field. Northblood, again, is comprised of members from Canada and from Texas. On the left-hand side of the field, Ordo Draconus, generally from Southern California. They are in green. And the fight is about to start. We are seeing the flag ready and called. We are on round 1. Strong strike with an axe from Ordo Draconus. Big swings being taken. Successfully blocked by Skalgrim's shield. Well done. He's making sure that his pal is not hit in the back. And is now grappling to make sure it doesn't happen again. He's fending off another axe fighter. as he moves back into support and grab an Ordo Draconus member. We have 2 fighters down, 1 from each side, so it's still an even fight. An Ordo member pushed down, it is over. Northblood took that first round against Ordo Draconus. Northblood brings out a new member who's just been inspected. He is armed with a shield and short axe. Fight is on. Northblood coming in to meet Ordo Draconus in the center of the field. Axes are flying, successfully blocked by those shields. One of the reasons why you want shieldmen out there is they are ready to block you with a shield when a team member is being attacked. Successfully blocking and fending off 2 axemen with his defense via shield. He's been hooked. His tabard is ripped to shreds, but he manages to stay in the fight. Hard hits going on in the corner. This fight is now in the corners on the right-hand side. And now everyone's beginning to fall. This is where the dominoes happen. We've got Northblood in command, knocking over the last Ordo Draconus, so it is now a 3-to-1 fight. Nope, apparently a 2-to-1 fight. So we're still fighting this out in the corner. 2-to-1. Northblood pounding this last Ordo member who's been levered over and has fallen. Northblood wins. That is 2 rounds to them. They have won this match. Ordo Draconus loses to Northblood, and apparently we're going to be seeing Ordo Draconus again versus Company of the Pale Horse. That seems to be a little bit tough to have to fight back to back like that. But according to my information, it's going to be Ordo Draconus versus Company of the Pale Horse. I'm guessing there's going to be a 5-minute period for a rest for Ordo Draconus. Be back shortly. Ordo Draconus is getting a bit of a rest period, but they are next. When Ordo Draconus takes the field, they'll be fighting Company of the Pale Horse, They're going to want that rest. It is a 5-minute break, as expected, to let Ordo Draconus have a little rest. All right, we are back. We've got Ordo Draconus on the left-hand side of the field, ready to face the Company of the Pale Horse on the right-hand side of the field. Apparently, they have imaginary horses. That's what I just saw, imaginary horses. Let's take a look at the left-hand side of the field where we see Ordo Draconus set up with some long axes and some short axe and shield grapplers. Two long axes in the middle. On the right-hand side, we see Company of the Pale Horse. Company of the Pale Horse looking with, again, three long axes. They are going out heavy with the axes. If there's anyone watching that's brand new to this sport does not allow thrusting with any kind of pointed object. And that's because thrusting works too well. There's always something you can thrust through and kill someone. Incredible action there in the corner. We have Company of the Pale Horse just piling on top of the two Ordo Draconus members who are still left standing. An axe has just been traded out, and it's over. 4-1. So again, well back in medieval times, they decided to ban what was called foining, or thrusting with a weapon, because if you have a sharp pointy thing, you can find a gap to shove it through and kill someone. So a lot of medieval tournaments banned that type of attack, and it has been found in modern times that, yeah, it's very, very difficult to safely allow a thrusting weapon in this type of combat. Armor can stand up to a broad blade pretty well, but a sharp pointy, and you put a lot of pressure on it, you'll find a way to make it go through. Not to mention, your eye slots have to get very, very small to keep small pointy things out of them. About to go to round 2, Ordo Draconus versus Company of the Pale Horse. We got to see if Ordo Draconus can answer what just happened when they came up against Company of the Pale Horse. If any team can, it is Ordo Draconus. Expect them to come up with something better. Two down, one on each side, still 4-4. And we've had a successful takedown of an Ordo Draconus. Company of the Pale Horse is now driving the fight. And they took down another. It's 4-2 at this point. It'll be over shortly. There it is. Fight is over. 4 with 1 left standing for Ordo Draconus. Company of the Pale Horse advances, winning 2-0. And yep, despite the massive amount of beatings you just saw, these guys are friends. They're happy. They're going to party together with everyone tonight. They're going to laugh about what just happened. They're going to show each other their collections of bruises and bleedings and say, wow, that was great. Once again, Company of the Pale Horse has won against Order Draconus. Someday the score will say that. There it goes. Next is supposed to be Kinyaz versus the Rat Pack. Kinyaz is lined up on the left-hand side, getting ready to enter the field. We're seeing them now. Kinyaz, their distinctive sunburst on a black background. Kinyaz USA, having the US flag on the right shoulder. Again, brother group to Kinyaz Ukraine. Also entering on the same side is the Rat Pack, all in white with the yellow and black stripe. Rat Pack is assembled. They are having their equipment checked as we speak. As is Kinyaz on the other side. Rat Pack looking to make a upset if they can beat Kinyaz. Rat Pack tends to be from the Idaho area of the United States. And Kinyaz, central of the United States. Rat Pack advancing hard. Kinyaz loose in the backfield, looking to take someone by surprise. Once your head is turned, you forget someone's behind you and you're in trouble. One of the problems about wearing one of these helmets is you have very little peripheral vision. There are people bound up and a Kinyaz fighter loose in the backfield. He's now coming in and laying in horrible blows to the shoulder, to the thigh. Coming in looking for, a hip shot. That hurt. Weapon is down. Weapon is down on that fighter. I don't think they have another. They will be in trouble because they cannot fight back. They cannot do anything offensive until they have a weapon in their hand. They can't attempt to grapple. They can't attempt to strike. And that fighter's now down. Kinyaz fighter looking to take the leverage, pulling on the head, getting their feet out from underneath their hips, and down go two fighters. We have Kinyaz, 3 of them on the field, one of which had to get a new weapon, versus 2 Rat Pack. Kinyaz fighter using the pile of bodies as a lever, and it is over. 3 Kinyaz versus, there was 1 Rat Pack left, but he just fell to the ground also. Kinyaz USA takes round 1 versus the Rat Pack. Again, Kinyaz very successfully using obstacles, the bodies of other fighters on the field to push fighters out so they can't maintain their feet. This is very much a sport where you have to maintain your feet. If your feet are under you, you can manage to keep standing. If your feet are to the side, no longer under your hips, no longer under your head, now your leverage is against you, you can be yanked to the ground. Stepping over a pile of bodies that high, there were 3 bodies there, it's a very, very difficult thing to do. Kinyaz has brought out a new fighter. He's having his helmet inspected. Rat Pack is going to come up with, they're going to have to come up with something new to win this. Kinyaz, USA, is from the Michigan area of the United States. That doesn't mean all the members are. That's where they're predominantly based. So we have a Midwest fight. Rat Pack coming back out aggressively. Kinyaz is back in the backfield again. He's loose. Again, something you never want. He's been engaged, but we have two fighters down, Rat Pack and Kinyaz. It's 4-4. The Kinyaz center and the Rat Pack center are trying to throw each other, both successfully evading each other's trips and hip throws. There's an attempted hip throw. Kinyaz successfully steps around. They're almost twirling around each other as they try to throw each other. A foot swept attempt, and down goes the Rat Pack. Kinyaz now has the advantage. 4-3. Oh, hard shot in the shoulder. That fighter's decided, I'm not having any more of that, and is staying for another day by dropping. That is the end of the fight. Kinyaz has won 2 rounds to 0. They advance. Kinyaz, USA, taking another match. Next up on the field is going to be another really hard fight. Company of the Pale Horse versus Dominus. You've been seeing these fighters earlier. Both of these are amazingly tough fighters. Dominus is taking the field, greeting the Rat Pack as they leave. Again, it's amazing how these people could still be friends. Seriously, someone just took an axe to my head 5 or 6 times. Thanks, buddy. Let's have a beer. This is something that you just don't find anywhere else in the world. Meanwhile, on the right-hand side of the league, Company of the Pale Horse is taking the field in their dark black and gray check pattern outfit. Dominus in the blue with the black stripes. Company of the Pale Horse having their final fighter inspected. Once that's done, we are going to be seeing another bit of violent combat. Interesting weapon in the hand of one of the Company of the Pale Horse is this very, very long kind of, I don't know what to call that thing. It looks very similar to a type of weapon used called the Goddamn. But it's got a wicked little top to it. Oh, it's almost a fist fight we've got here. Fists, knees, everything available. These guys are just duking it out. We have one Company of the Pale Horse fighter down, which means Kinyaz is winning 5-4. Now, 5, it's over. Dominus wins commandingly. All 5 fighters standing. Company of the Pale Horse is going to have to come up with something else. And again, I have no idea what that weapon is. It's a new one to me. It resembles another weapon I know. So on the bottom of your screen, you're seeing next match, Ordo, Draconus, and Iron Lions. That is not going to happen. That match has been forfeited. So that match will not happen. There'll be a 5-minute break instead. Dominus coming onto the field against Company of the Pale Horse. There's another fist fight in the middle. Literally holding his weapon upside down, just punching, throwing. We've got just an insane little fist match going on in the middle here. One has a buckler. It's a very punchy buckler, though. We have 2 fighters down. It's still a 4-on-4 fight. And we see Company of the Pale Horse trying desperately to shove a Dominus fighter over the down fighter. The Dominus fighter's not having anything of it, has turned around out of that. Everyone's attempting to make some kind of throw. One of the fighters is, slammed into the hip. We have 2 temporarily. They managed to get 1 Pale Horse fighter down. Dominus, there's 3 down. That is just 2 left standing for a short amount of time. And it's over. Dominus wins, but with only 2 still standing. Well fought on the part of Company of the Pale Horse. Dominus with 2 left standing wins the bout and thereby wins the match 2-0. And as mentioned earlier, on the screen it says Ordo, Draconus next, but they're not happening. So instead we have, I believe, a 5-minute break, but Kinyaz versus Dominus will be happening soon. So Iron Lion's Vanguard, due to injuries, has dropped out. Again, this is one of those situations where you gotta last all day long. If you choose to be stubborn and stay in there and get injured, your team's not able to field a full team once you're injured out.
Do not leave. We still have to do your ceremony. The first day, and then finish. Please pray us. Thank you.
One of the things that as a fighter in this sport you have to learn is you need to be responsible for your own safety. And if you feel like you're about to have something break, of course you don't want to let your teammates down, but if that thing breaks and you're not available for the rest of the day, your team's already being let down. Sometimes it's better to take the loss and still have a full roster later in the day.
Stay tuned, we're not done yet. But after we get done with all of these fights, we will be moving on to the medals ceremony for the pro fight that happened yesterday and for the Tier 1 that has happened today. We will take some of the awards for tomorrow. Speaking of tomorrow, show of hands, who is joining us tomorrow? That's not nearly enough, and let me tell you why. Do we like the savagery of the 5-on-5 fights? Tomorrow we are doing 12-on-12 fights. It is pure, unadulterated chaos. And you want to be here because it's crazy awesome. And if you show up and you get these fighters lined up, we might have a super special fight style for you tomorrow. That's right, so tell all your friends, you don't want these people beat each other up for your viewing pleasure. Tomorrow, we'll be the same time. Ladies and gentlemen, I have good news and I have bad news. I always get started with the bad news personally. The bad news. This is our last fight of the day. Aww. I know, me too. But this is arguably the most important fight of the day. Coming from this blue game, we're going to have Dominus. Coming from this red game, we're going to have Dominus USA. This is the match that decides who goes home with the gold medal.
All right, we're hearing, if you were listening, that this is the last fight of the day. This is the gold medal match between Dominus and Kinyaz, USA. We knew it was going to come. We knew it was going to happen. And here's that train wreck that we all knew was coming. Dominus in the right, in blue with the black stripe. Kinyaz, USA, the flag on the shoulder and the sunburst. This is going to be an amazing fight, as you'd expect with a gold medal match. I really don't know who's going to win this. Kinyaz USA and Dominus have met before. It has always been hard, and it will be again today. Again, this is the gold medal match right now.
It's time for an absolute battle of the Titans. This decides who gets the gold and who goes home second best of the day.
Look for a lot of speed here. We're going to be getting that desperate attempt to get the backfield. Both of these teams love to get a two-handed axe into the backfield, and they know it. There goes Kinyaz into the backfield, as does Dominus. Both teams have a man in the backfield. Both teams looking to get that back strike. Both teams aware that it's happening. We've had a weapon loss by Dominus fighter. He had a spare in his belt and has pulled it out. No one down on the ground yet. Dominus is managing to tie up 2 Kinyaz on the lower field. We've had one of each fall down, so it's a 4-on-4. Both teams are tied. So this is the end of the pool rounds. Whoever wins this pool round was going to come out on top, but there will be actual medal rounds tomorrow. So we're looking to see who's coming out in the dominant position, no pun intended. Maybe it was. 4-4, and a Dominus member goes down. Kinyaz is now 3-3. 3-3, this is any team's match. Dominus looking to get that 2-on-1 advantage. Kinyaz watching for it to happen. We have a 1-on-1 in the corner and a 2-on-2 pile on the near rail. Here we go. Oh, well, it was a nice try. A Kinyaz member goes down. Kinyaz tried to push a Dominus member as his back was turned, but the Dominus member braced himself on his own teammate. It is now 2 versus 3. Dominus with 3. This will be very tough to come back from. Amazingly well done. Kinyaz member has taken down Dominus, but he also falls down. It is 2-1. 2-1 is coming down to the very end. Can this fighter fend off? He's using the bodies. He understands that if you step into this pile of bodies, you could be tripped and fall. But no, 2 Dominus around, and it's over. 1 Dominus left standing. That's as close as it gets. Dominus wins round 1 in a match that went to the last man. Dominus regrouping on the right-hand side. Despite the score you see on your screen, that was not a Kinyaz win. Or you saw on your screen. There we go. Dominus 1, Kinyaz 0. Kinyaz bringing out a new fighter who's armed with a long axe. We also have a Kinyaz fighter using a falchion. It's my favorite thing on the field. Gives you a shield and something that feels very much like an axe, but longer. And we're grouping up. No one wants anyone to get into that backfield this time. Kinyaz, Dominus, swinging around. We have a Kinyaz has taken down a Dominus fighter. It is 5-4. Kinyaz looking to take a comeback. Hard slam into the back. No one likes that. And looking at the back of the leg, Dominus fighter is in trouble, and the Kinyaz fighter knows it. We have two Dominus fighters down. Kinyaz 5-3. Can Dominus come back from this? Kinyaz fighters are piling, and it is now 5-2. Dominus is done. Fight has been called. Nope, fight has been stopped, not called. I think a captain called that one, not wanting their fighters to get injured. There were two Dominus fighters in the corner. Oh. Yes. Captain had thrown in a banner which indicates that they have forfeited the match rather than watch their two fighters get injured by five fighters. Knowing their fighters are stubborn and not wanting to lose, they decide to have the match end rather than lose a fighter to an injury. Kinyaz USA takes that second round. It is 1-1. We're going to round 3. I told you this one was going to come down to the wire. So we are about to have the final medal fight. Tomorrow, we're going to have 12-on-12s. It's larger fights in this same space. So today, we're about to see the end of the 5-on-5s men's gold medal fight. Tomorrow we'll also see the gold medal fight for the women's 5-on-5s. And we'll also see tomorrow an all-in-all, which is where every fighter that can get in armor gets on the field and just fights. Mayhem. Kinyaz is running into the backfield. So does the Dominus fighter. Dominus fighter is engaged. Kinyaz is looking for a target, and he finds one. Dominus fighter keeps his feet amazingly. Again, Dominus fighters are looking to make that run in, always looking to get somewhere. And a Dominus fighter is down, a Kinyaz fighter is down. It is an even 4-on-4. Kinyaz looking to take and unseat the legs of a Dominus fighter. Oh! Still anyone's fight, 4-on-4. Kinyaz, attempting a back kick, trying to unseat the legs of the fighter behind him. We have Kinyaz and Dominus down on the ground. We have, it's 3 versus 2. Dominus, 3-2. Kinyaz needs to take down one of these Dominus fighters if they are going to continue. They're bracing each other, making sure that they don't get any free back shots given away. Everyone is tired. Everyone is trying to get a little rest, to bring out a little piece of gas, throw some energy into their opponent. Kinyaz fighter holding against 2. Everyone's looking for an advantage. Oh, and there it is. Dominus fighter pushes a Kinyaz fighter. It is over. Using the bodies on the field as an obstacle, Dominus fighter pushes the Kinyaz fighter over and wins 3-1. Dominus is the gold medal winner of the men's 5-on-5. Tomorrow, we'll have the gold medal winner of the women's 5-on-5. We'll also see the 12v12 matches, and then we'll have the monster all-in-all fights. Carolina Carnage continues thanks to the incredible work of a dedicated group of volunteers who have organized, set up this field, have brought all the services that allow it, make it possible to happen. This is a massive undertaking, and we're going to see it yet again tomorrow. An incredibly successful day of fighting, of mayhem and violence, and now some friendship as people will boast about their bruises and get ready to do it again tomorrow. This is Carolina Carnage, day 2 with day 3 tomorrow.
And your first place, gold medal winner, Nicholas Homa, who is not here in formation against that shiny piece of metal. Next up, the women's flyweight division. Third place, bronze medal recipient, Ashlyn P. I'm not going to put your last name, I'm sorry. Ashlyn Fowl, your bronze medal winner, congratulations. Second place, women's flyweight, Elise Ellington. And your first place gold medal winner, John Bates. Congratulations on that gold medal. Next up, moves to the men's medium weight class. Third place medal recipients, Nathan Kitchen. This is how I would do it actually second place, recipient of silver medal, Kyle Olsen. Well done, sir. Robert. And your gold medal winner for the category, Donnie Buhurt. Can I please give the winner a victory lap? Well done, well done. Moving on to the women's medium. Receiving bronze and second silver. Second place, silver is Hunter Rowley. Congratulations. The team's on gold medal goes to Michelle Hayes. Your next category, men's light heavy division. Once again, goes straight to silver. Ben Spencer, winner of the silver. Who is out here at home nation in Florida. But in first place, receiving the gold medal, Evan Ringo. Moving on to the women's light heavy. Third place bronze medal goes to Rachel Hardy. There's no bonds. All the work for the hand right now, folks. Next up, in the women's Moving on. Men's ultra weight division. In the ultra weight division. Third place on Lucky Easy. Garrison. Oh, here's Vandals right there. Let's see him turn around. Congratulations, sir.